Welcome to week 7 of our coverage of 4YMM, the 4 Years of Mario Maker project. We've got 8 new levels incoming, and this will be the penultimate set. The 8th and last week will be coming up fairly soon, and so we're kind of coming to the tail end of all this. And yeah, we might as well just start pulling up all of these in the website order, one at a time, as we've been doing every week in the past. And as usual, we will be going for all the optional objectives and cake hunts that we can. So here is the link to the website, and we're going to go by the website order and read out some of the descriptions. So here is Pokey Percussion by Nabooz. What it says here is the Pokies don't want you at their dance party. Hope you don't get caught. And oh, welcome, Julian. Thank you for dropping by. It is going fine. We have Nabooz, I guess you're right here to see this get played as well. I was just about to read the lengthy description, which was, who knew that walls can protect you from a Pokey's spines? Get ready to move to the rhythm as you dodge Pokeys, solve some light puzzles, and listen to some sick beats. Now, we'll see if the tech in this level actually lasts a little bit longer than the one in Direction Detection, which of course was kind of broken by some of the slope changes that came in 3.0.1 shortly after it launched in week 1. As I think one of the really mechanically interesting inclusions in week 1. Also, for those of you just dropping by, as Julian was aware separately, because I did consult him a bit on this, we finally do have a Discord server, and that is also how I know that my first trial run at having the automated stream notification in Discord has in fact failed. Because I tried to get that set up, and that bot is not actually posting. So we'll see. We'll sort out these issues as we kind of get the integration with the channel put together properly. And that's what these trial runs are for. In the meantime, let's just dive right into it. Pokey Percussion. Yeah, Julian, for the online notifications, I was also trying to use the Mi6 bot. And I thought I had it set up correctly, but probably should have run some kind of stream test. Oh, look at the Pokeys showing you right away that while you are trapped in the state blocks, you do not get hit by them. And there we go. Oh, whoops. I'm gonna have to wait for that reset. And here we are. Okay, interesting. And, oh. I was kind of playing with some similar Pokey setup in the editor, not involving the on-off states, but trying to do something with back and forth Pokey walls, and this is a much better thing than what I came up with. Okay, so now we see this demonstrated with held items. You can see that it seems to let go while you are actually trapped. Oh, here we go. And it is Pokey Percussion after all, because there is a certain delay before you are released by the timed mechanism that resets the on-off state. Okay. Now it's particularly percussive because having shown you the mechanic, it is a rhythm game. Whoops. Yeah, I got a lot of other bot-related things set up without any trouble, but obviously the stream notification wasn't really able to test drive it until now. And I might just have to do a bit of a dummy test stream at some point to get that going. Oh, whoops. I have to anticipate it slightly. This level is, of course, in 3/4 time, which might have been underrepresented in the really interesting kind of multi-rhythmic, polyrhythmic level that we saw in one of the previous weeks, where you had to switch the rhythm around with the way that you were spawning into the level. Looks like we'll just go here. No, we won't, actually. Oh no, I can just grab it. What am I doing? Okay. Whoops. That was a mistake. Hang on. Reset. Okay. Now let's wait for an opportunity to strike. Whoops. Keep doing that to myself. Yeah, good practice for listening to metronomes. Even in Mario Maker, practicing with a metronome is a necessary skill set. We'll just wait this out to the next one. Okay, synchronization here seems interesting. I wonder if I can just... Probably can't come close to reaching that, but... If I toggle this to set the timer to something different... We'll try this in just a moment. Okay, just trying to get up there with better timing. And we'll see if execution-wise we can handle that. There we go. No, it seems like the metronome control is still pretty much constant, and we need to... we actually don't need a trampoline on the other side, so I think that was in fact correct. Yeah, you can see the trap is now set up to synchronize a little better with Pokies. Here we go. Just requires a bit of spatial observation. I mean, there's always a strong temptation in Mario Maker to carry items forward with you everywhere. That was not the right idea here. Whoops. Okay, only 2 coins total, so that's both of them right there to grab the key in that challenge. Much like in direction detection, we just see this laid out as a series of challenge rooms, one at a time, just demonstrating variations on an on-off concept. Okay. I think the nice thing about how this level works, and there you go, it shows you right there, an on-off switch that you have the power to toggle. Yeah, the nice thing about this level is that it is completely playable without ever really thinking about the tech. From a maker perspective, the tech is really quite interesting in terms of how things are being done off-screen, but even if you don't particularly have an interest in or attentiveness to the way that this thing is built, you know, you still have this very simple and clean layout to kind of guide you along and give you something to interact with in a very clear and effective way, so. I think it was true of direction detection as well. I mean, obviously that level did have to have some barely on-screen elements in the corners just to work. But yeah, this one, you know, really does sort of let the player not think about the tech and focus on central interaction, which we're missing anyway. And yeah, see you around, Julian. Thank you for dropping by. And I'm sure I'll see you about soon enough. Whoops. Okay, let's actually pay attention to playing to the beat here. There we go. Have to anticipate it slightly. Kind of like if you know anything about playing bass lines in Latin music that sometimes you actually do anticipate the bar line and play on the end of beat 4. And that's how you get some of that syncopated timing in classic Latin dance rhythms. It's sort of like doing that here, and it is strangely continuous with the sort of, you know, steel drum aesthetic of Mario music going back to SMB1. There's a particular word I'm looking for, and I can't place it while I am in the middle of playing this, but I think you know what I mean. Here we are. And we'll just do this once again. Oops. Okay. For such a simple timing interaction, it can go wrong very quickly on the part of the player. And you just don't account for the amount of lag time going into the jump and playing ahead of the beat. But yeah, if you just kind of listen carefully, go on what is the equivalent of the end of 4, as a musician would say. And it comes together pretty effectively. Okay. No need to worry about switch timing in this one, just... whoops. Maybe, let's get on the correct side of this. This rhythmic pattern is quick enough on every second beat that it does allow you to cross both left to right and right to left on both elements. Okay. Back to 3/4 time. There we go. This one is one of those that must be quite an interesting experience to speedrun, because it naturally imposes a certain stop-and-go timing, but one where you'd have to not only hit everything on the first cycle and really have the patterns down, but really have a good sense of which locations you want to go to as well, just to cut some corners. So, I'm not going for the speed record. I think that the people who are in for an interesting experience. Also, notice that because the pokey heads are on tracks, it looks like the pokey on the right is sliding over the empty space here when the blocks open up. That's kind of an interesting effect, because it makes them just look like fast-moving pokies on the surface, even though they are clearly intersecting with the ground blocks, and also on tracks just off-screen. Ahead of the beat slightly. There we go. Okay. And here we are. And we'll get through that fairly simply, so long as we're paying attention. And here we are, boss room. Of course, still keeping an eye out for some kind of bonus challenge. Oh, that's clearly a pit. No, I wasn't watching that carefully at all. I don't know why I was trying to go for the shellmet there, but sometimes I think the coloration of the pipes acting as ground tiles can throw you off. This is clearly a survival challenge, now that I look at it, where you just have to get in there and survive. Also, is this a Metroid fight, like Music-wise? Really tough to set up so the Poke movement on-off, switch timing all line up. Yeah, because you only have so much flexibility when it comes to how they turn back and forth at the end of tracks, I guess. This boss room required 6 rooms of space. Yeah, I guess for track timing. I could imagine that. Okay. Yeah, and 6 rooms of space, I can certainly imagine that, given that you have so much going on, not only with the rhythm control, but also just you know, having to spawn everything in within the screen boundary and then move it around, and get everything to sort of wrap around all the other elements that are crossing around on tracks. Okay, that was a bad idea. Also, you have the winged Poke there, coming in from the right and making this just slightly tougher. I am right that this is a Metroid track, right? If I'm listening to this carefully, it's like the Ridley fight. Oh, okay. The music was all self-composed, okay. It's quite similar. It's quite similar. Like, rhythmically it's a little bit different, but it's the same kind of melodic motif at the very start. Okay, that was surprisingly safe. No, that's a bad idea. I knew that was a bad idea as soon as I jumped in. Yep, this is one level that does require just listening carefully. I don't really need to jump into every single one. That was a bad idea. Oh. I guess I'm just focusing on one color at a time because it makes it a little bit easier to keep a regular rhythm, but I think that's not necessarily always going to be the right strategy. Okay. On the other hand, it does make it more manageable. I mean, obviously I was a bit slow on the last jump over there. Yeah, no, I can hear it now. I just had to sort of pick up on it slightly. I mean, it helps to have a bit of musical training that allows you to, you know, detect that it's kind of a dotted eighth rhythm. Not dotted eighth, rather, dotted quarter. Such that the second beat is coming a little bit later, but musically speaking. But yeah, I think once the melody kicks in, the bar lines here, so to speak, are very simple to place. And I think that's what most of these rhythm challenges have been about throughout the entire level, right? It's not so much listening to each individual beat like you would in some of the other rhythm-based on-off levels that we've seen. It's more about finding the bar line, so to speak, instead of trying to react to every beat chaotically, and just trying to anticipate something that was regularly going to be very reliable. Whoops. I mean, I'm certainly not making an easy job of this either, but I feel like it's one that is very much about finding a good mental approach to what's going on. It's a level that you solve sort of with your ears in your head, instead of trying to panic. Okay. There we go. That's much better. Oh, whoops. Bit late there again. But it's an interesting way to escalate the challenge a little bit, I think, by giving people an additional track to listen to at the same time and challenge them to really still place what is still a very regular 4/4 beat underneath that. Like, what I'm saying is that, you know, I guess for players who would read this as being something a little bit offbeat, then where the bump in difficulty is coming from is at there's a bit of an additional demand on their sensory attention, and that's quite interesting. It's not really something you see very often, even in puzzle challenges in Mario Maker, where, you know, things get slightly more complex with layered information without actually being that much more difficult to execute. Although sometimes I think there are certain cycles where I can tell I'm just planning them badly, especially as I get near the end of this pattern. Whoops, just slipped out the side right there. For each Pokey, there's at least one full section that's safe, yeah. This is long enough that, I mean, unless somebody is a speedrunner, I don't think trying to do this by memory rather than reaction is a particularly good idea. So it's just a matter of being able to read where those safety zones are going to be in advance. Yeah, that one I could have waited a bit longer to take the next red segment, I think. But yeah, I'm certainly not trying to determine a pattern by memory or anything to find the safe zones. I think it's readable enough that I shouldn't have to do that. But sometimes, obviously, with things like that, I get a little bit ambitious. One thing I should probably be paying more attention to is how far the Pokies travel within one beat, like what their track speed is. And it seems like it is about 4 blocks for the normal slow ones, quite a bit more for the fast ones, which I think should be double. But it's pretty much exactly 4 blocks of travel time. I can see why the synchronization would be kind of a nightmare. That you have switch activation tech and music tech going on here in tandem. Okay. Yeah, no, I obviously missed the cycle I wanted over there. Yeah, when the fast ones come in, I really do have to get to safety right away, I think. Okay, just here to this approach that had been working out pretty well previously. Oh, whoops. Yeah, and actually with the slow ones, you always have an opportunity to take the next beat if you should happen to miss. With the fast ones, not really. But slow ones, you can always try to outpace them slightly. Yeah, that time I did not want to get trapped. I really needed to wait for the next switch. Whoops. Yeah, it must have taken quite a bit of tuning just to find that, you know, having blocks that were 3 tiles wide was kind of perfect for this in terms of having to adjust accurately. I mean, I could imagine that would take quite a lot of experimentation just in terms of finding spacing that feels reliable in terms of having a couple of different options to dodge. That one was the last one? Yeah, that happens. Still haven't seen the cake at all. I wonder if it is going to be a bonus challenge at the end, something optional perhaps. I have been quite serious about doing all the cake hunts. The Celeste one last week with the golden strawberry was quite nearly the end of that, but managed to put in about 2 hours on that level over the weekend and did manage to nail it, so far, batting 1,000, doing 100% for the cakes for YMM. Whoops. I bumped a little out the left that time again. That was just due to my jumped trajectory coming in. Just a little close to the edge there. I do generally want to be pretty much dead center to feel safe. Sometimes, though, depending on my spacing from the incoming pokey, that feels risky. Yeah, that's too soon. I could tell that. Hey, Pergan, welcome. So at Pergan, even though we're just doing 4YMM today, I'm sure you're wondering how I got the first clear on your revised version of the escape room, where you tried to thwart my efforts at cryptanalysis. Also, we have a new Discord for this channel. It is not 100% working yet, in that the stream notifications have failed me. But yeah, I would be happy to see you hang out there if you wanted to talk about some more puzzle or level tech. But yeah, I did manage to solve it. I mean, I guess... Well, I mean, when we get a chance to look at that, perhaps in viewer levels or perhaps on a different stream, I can go over the latest solution, so you can see how that was done. So yeah, for those of you who were unaware for the past week or so, I had been doing battle with this very ambitious art gallery escape room that Pergan had put together. We've seen it over several streams and several versions because I keep solving it or breaking it in unintended ways and trivializing the intended path, and so it's sort of been interesting to keep pushing that particular level to new versions. Okay. Yeah, I think a lot of Nintendo players are going to hear this and they're immediately going to think of the Ridley fight. I would be really surprised if I was the only one to make that association, even with this being set up as an original track. And we'll see. Yeah, I did find the intended solution, and actually it was rather quick because you had, of course, spoiled the major clue in it for me. Which, you know, just kind of happened after I did it the unintended way. But I did try to apply some code-breaking methods to it as well, just to see if it would give. But anyway, yeah, like I said, we'll talk about that later when I'm actually able to demonstrate that on screen. Okay. Going to need to catch this cycle here, yeah, for sure. Oh, that's gonna be risky. Okay. That was just the adjustment we needed to make. Okay. Okay, getting there. There's the key. Okay, we still need cake. I assume this is going to be a bonus room down here. We're doing it. cake? Question mark. And it looks like we have a very suspicious looking coin on this track. Very suspicious. And on-off switch is going to break this bomb. And 4YM. Oh, okay, that's cute. Guess we're redoing the boss. But then, that's what hard mode is for. That's okay. I feel like I have a pretty decent approach to the boss by now. Just a matter of actually landing the jump set with decent timing. But in terms of following the audio cues, I'm not worried about it at all. Except I still occasionally make that precise mistake. Hey, Paxman, welcome. Paxman, I don't know if you've played this week's set already. I think you're usually a little bit ahead of me on that score. We obviously just started, given that I'm on level number 1. And we did get past the boss just now, as you may have seen. Only to fail on the cake. Or at least route that seems to be heading towards the cake. Okay, letting up on jumps a little bit early. Need to do nice full jumps. Ah, you've only played this one, okay. Yeah, I know in some previous weeks you were kind of doing them in full segments, but hadn't quite kept up this week. And here we are. Your art is in that CP room. Interesting. Let's take a look at that. Your art. Oh, you mean comment art. Yeah. Hey, let's take a look. Okay. Oh, yeah, that definitely looks like the Paxman style. It's Pokey Percussion. That's sort of an authentic middle period at Paxman. Certainly a fine addition to our collection. I have to remember to look at the comment art afterwards. I only started doing that fairly late into 4YMM, but every time it's always a pleasure to see what people have come up with and see what the latest Mang face is, among other things. Yeah, that was not going to go. But yeah, of course, Paxman's artwork, much appreciated as well. Okay. Oh, no. Luckily, we did have an emergency fallback that time. Yeah, I'm letting up on some of the jumps too early, or was on previous attempts, and that was the issue. Just nice full jumps will do the trick. Okay. There we go. Now let's not die to the cake corridor. Grab some 1-ups for Endless. That seems essential. Oh, I see. So this is some kind of blocking mechanism or some kind of trigger mechanism, perhaps. Interesting. And that you would have this doing something. I'm thinking about that. I guess eventually you're going to have... okay, P-switch first of all. Whoops, too high. So much for doing full jumps. Whoops. Blocking mechanism with the ice coin, yeah. That makes sense. I don't usually see that being used as a blocking mechanism. I've seen it before, for sure, but it's uncommon enough that I had to second guess myself there. Okay. Actually, I have to remember how to jump in this game. Yeah. Particularly before we get to some of the more platforming-oriented levels. Yeah. It's kind of a very close shave on that last pass. That's okay. Getting that down a little more consistently. Okay. Sort of interesting that a lot of the safe zones here are 2 tiles wide in the lettering. Huh. Because, you know, if you're not dead center, there is going to be a certain risk of being pushed out side. And so, as a final challenge, it's very subtle in that way, that you are thinking about letters that have all kinds of columns that are 2 blocks wide rather than 3. Whoops. I feel like I'm letting up onto jumps too early because psychologically I expect to be trapped, and if I expect to be trapped, I just let go. I should not be doing that. I really do need to get up nice and high, and I think that solves a lot of problems when it comes to execution. Also gives me a bit more of a buffer when it comes to timing. Yeah, so it wasn't the approach or anything like that that was incorrect, it's more that my jumps were too short across this entire level. And that single adjustment is going to solve a lot of problems, as we can see right there. Yeah, getting better at this slightly. Just needed to fix up how we were playing. Also, the nice thing about this room is that the beat is synchronized to the P-switch music. That was certainly intentional and probably took a lot of work. But that's a very nice touch, that the P-switch music is the final music track. I haven't come up with anything interesting to say, but we'll say something anyway. Just to claim that we have, in fact, seized the cake. Debussy's Cakewalk. Now, if you actually know the composition by Claude Debussy, there is a specific reason why I'm not using its full title, which is, of course, Gollywog's Cakewalk, which I think has underpinnings that would now be considered quite racist. So we'll just call it Debussy's Cakewalk, even though it is not exactly an impressionist level by any means. But yeah, those are the nice little touches in a level that I think, you know, if you're not thinking about it as a maker, it can be difficult to appreciate just how hard that is. But the P-switch music is a very, very nice final touch. I'm beginning to recognize the call on all of the speed records. And let's take a look at some of the artwork. Always a pleasure to do that. Thank you for the GGs. Oh, this guy has a Lego Pokey. Yeah, that's Paxman artwork, alright. Look at the shades on this guy. This guy thinks he's soft-locked. I don't know if he actually is. Maybe he doesn't understand reset doors or something. But this guy's been everywhere. Okay. And some people being bitter, but just want to see some illustrations. Some deletions. Ah, here's Mang. Mang slapping that Pokey in the face. Kind of like that Batman and Robin comic frame that you sometimes see. Poor Pokey, he looks so sad. Just being split like that. Yeah, that seems really difficult, particularly given just the limited illustration tools, even compared to what people have in the comment system in something like Splatoon. Like, I know the art tools in the comments here are particularly limited, and you can only have so much precision even if you're using the stylus. So, anyway, level 2 is going to be won by Macho Man, which is Jungle Jam. I played through some of Macho Man's world over the weekend, but it was mostly a set of one-screen puzzles that were related, so we'll see how Jungle Jam differs from that. We see a clear rate that is slightly dipping below 1%, and a promise of crazy contraptions, light platforming. It's a real bungle in the jungle. And the website description says, Piranha plants galore. This level features some crazy contraptions. I mean, whoa. Those plants are moving like they never did before. It's a real bungle in the jungle. Hey, Benji Scrabble. Welcome, thanks for coming by. For those who don't know, Benji Scrabble was the first high-level, tournament-level Scrabble player to start streaming on Twitch, and is also a host and commentator on a great deal of tournaments, which is always kind of a pleasure to watch. I mean, obviously, this currently is not being much of a Scrabble stream, but we're hoping to expand some of our coverage there eventually as well. Let's see, in the meantime, what's going on here. So we have the mechanism that's pushing the Piranha Plant down to the one-way panel. I think it should make it jumpable. Like, if we can jump on the base of the plant, that's probably the way to do it. And it's not the way to do it. Unlike how you can, in fact, make contact with the bottoms of spinies. So what is it going to be? I think it's probably going to be getting onto the block and then jumping off the block. And yeah, Paxman, so people who are kind of very high-level Scrabble streamers, some of them with a couple of major championship titles, have been starting up on Twitch recently. It's a small and burgeoning community, but one that I'm always quite happy to support. And, okay, what do we do with this guy? We need to probably get on this wall jump over here, and looks like we have spikes up on the left side, though. That makes that a little bit of a tall order. This may take some thought. Probably jumping from this side. Now, this is assuming that we understood the first mechanism to begin with, because the first mechanism here, I think, was fairly clear that I have to get on the block. Here, we have a coin indicating some kind of wall jump on that segment. Possibly we need to drop the plant somehow. Like if we carry the plant over, perhaps. Except the track... Oh, I see. It actually stops against the ledge on the top side there. Spin jump. You know what? That's a very good point. Like, can you spin jump on the base of plants? It feels like you should be able to. I've never tried that before. It seems like that's probably the inside... Oh, what do you know? Okay. Okay. That's why you would have it kind of one tile over on the left side there. I'm sure I would have caught on to that eventually. Paxman is going to head out so you can play these blind. Yeah, understandable. Paxman would be happy to see you in the new Discord as well, which we just set up. And which is still being fixed up because we still have some bot problems that are being sorted out. Some notifications that are not working yet. And So yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Whoops. We'll let this guy come up first before we start spin jumping so we don't bounce off the wall on the left. Oh, I see. If you're hugging against a wall, then it registers that as a spin jump against a wall. And so there is a bit of finesse that you need to apply. Going to be a series of wall jumps up the right side, which is going to be tricky because we do need to spin out of that along the fairly narrow column. Okay. Let's just let this guy drop. And there we are. And, looks like I'd want to ride that on the right side rather than thinking about the wall. Yeah, we just need to do low spin jumps on that and ride it out as a platform. Yeah, I guess the initial track setup can mislead you into thinking that the standard jump is the way to go without actually teaching you the mechanic, but then, you know, you learn very quickly that that method is not going to fly, so it's nice to have this second one here to really reinforce that and also show you that elevator mechanic along the side. Yeah. Sometimes it's very easy to have a bit of tunnel vision for some of the mechanics here, such that you don't see fairly obvious things to try now that I look at it, like trying to spin jump off the base. I don't think spin jumping off the base of a plant is something I've ever had to do, and I think that's probably true of a lot of people who would be playing this, but then that's what the 4YMM levels are for, so. Okay, low bounces, as we were saying earlier. Really have to get on that stem. And nice thing about these is that, well, you clearly did need sideways momentum. You couldn't just stall there. I was about to say, the nice thing about these is that you can stay on for a bit longer to prepare your jump, but with that one there, clearly not the case. You do need forward momentum from the previous bounce. A lot of fun to nail this once you start to get it down. Okay, down we go. Whoops.
Oh, no.
Okay, let's drop this. Do this. And ride this out once again. Not hard at all to execute once you understand the concept. I could imagine that the sub 1% clear rate does come from people giving up on certain elements after the first couple of deaths. But we'll see. I mean, we're not very far along, so it could be that the level of precision becomes a little more involved as you go, but so far feels like most ordinary levels that are kind of in that 1 to 2% expert pocket. And we'll ride that out all the way to the on switch, which is going to do what? It's probably going to, yep, give us a scroll break on this side. That's going to drop and give us some on-off to play with. Ah, okay, this I actually have seen before. And it's nice to have the water as a bit of a reset point when you're doing it the first time. So it's not just totally do or die the first time that you were trying an obstacle like this one. Okay. But yeah, these sideways wall climbing mechanics, obviously very popular with the squirrel suit when it was coming up. I could, of course, see what the landing point was supposed to be on the right side when I was coming in, but didn't really land around that properly with a spin jump.
Oh no!
Okay, let's drop this guy and continue. And what do we have here? Just back to the elevator. Piranha Plant going up. And Piranha Plant coming down. Yeah, not really surprising to me that conveyor wall clings would be such a popular device. I think when the Acorn suit came out in the 3.0 patch, that was incredibly popular. A lot of people sort of taking after the Kavik level right away. How have I only noticed the pink coins now, by the way? It seems like we've been missing them the whole level because this is the first one I've collected, and if I want the cake route, I probably should have encountered a few more of them by now. So we'll just keep an eye out, because I had not been paying attention to pink coins whatsoever. Also, we're going to have the hope that the controller battery is able to withstand the remainder of the 4YMM stream. I checked the levels beforehand, and they do not seem so dire, but yeah, if they run out, I will likely just plug the controller in USB rather than trying to switch to Joy-Cons, which I think for a lot of these levels would be a bit of a nightmare for somebody not really accustomed to playing with Joy-Cons except in the Maker mode. Okay. And let's ride this up. Tap this switch here. And back up we go. So yeah, when a spin jump down those coins, you get plenty of fair warning about how this is going to go. And, oh, interesting, that there's an upper pipe as well. I wonder if that is currently reachable. Let's scout this out. Feels like that's more of a drop zone, though, such that you come out of that pipe and then wall jump up to the next one, perhaps.
Oh no!
Okay, checkpoint right here. Nothing to worry about. Oh, spin jump, probably? Yeah, spin jump off of that. Looks like it would be difficult to get enough height off of that, though. I feel like I have to get on to the lip of the snake block first before I try anything quite like that. Maybe give it a bit of a twirl on top. Yeah, get on the lip of that snake block and then spin jump down to the plant. That looks like the appropriate method. There we go. And it's going to drop. And what's this going to be? Okay, spin on the lower plant, get on the upper plant. Yeah. That was pretty readable. Just a case of poor reaction timing on our part before it was too late. It's processing all that information.
Oh no!
And what do we got here? Let's bounce our way up. What? That was a mistake.
Oh no! Oh no!
And yeah. Okay. Pretty good checkpoint placement, though. So we can, in fact, have another go at this. The fact that you could potentially fall back down to checkpoint 1, if I'm not mistaken. You know, if you were to come out of the upper pipes there and then fail to wall jump up for some reason and drop back down here, that is certainly a risk we have to keep in mind. It's kind of an improbable thing that does happen. Okay, nice and quick. It's nice and accurate there, but giving myself a bit of a waiting time. Bit of a waiting period so I can get off of that platform the way I would like to do. Interesting boo there. I
Oh no!
don't really know what the boo is doing to make that work. Unless it's just a bit of an aesthetic element to make it look like the boo is kind of
Oh no!
pushing the plant. So also to prevent you from spin jumping on the thwomp, that's very important. So not only is it being used to defend the thwomp, but also being used to complete that look so it doesn't look like the
Oh
plant is just hanging off the top corner. Okay,
Oh no!
that's just going to take a little bit of cleanup. And up we go. No.
Oh
Have to apply the method that we were thinking about earlier, which was to stay on the plant to the left until it is almost about to be pushed. I feel like it is the kind of thing that
Oh no!
we can be fairly expected to be reading blind. But impulsive players are going to be a little bit punished for doing that. And trying to be a bit of a speed demon through a segment that does require just a little bit of patience and timing.
Oh.
And a little bit of thinking ahead. So yeah, a lot of little challenges like this in this level where it's not all about the execution, it is also about making reasonable estimates of where things are going to go next. And up we go. Seems like the idea was also to permit a spin jump off the piranha to the right. Perhaps that was what it was like originally and it just got nerfed. Need to stay on the platform a bit longer. It is not just a falling platform, it is on the track, so there's no need to be that impatient. And And yeah, let's just push our way through. First time I've made contact with that invisible block there, preventing you from trying any shenanigans of going back up.
Oh, no.
Probably should just do the spin jump method off the Piranha Plant at the end to be perfectly safe, just so we avoid attempts that go quite like that. And in the meantime, we'll just, whoops,
Oh, no.
push through a bit further and correct for the way that the snake block slides you around. It looks like Tech you made that Psychro picked up for you. Is that from a level that I would have seen? Because I have seen
Oh.
a number of things done with the Piranha Welklings before. The thing that is mainly new to me is the spin jumping on the stems. But then I've rarely seen one-way panels used that way, except for things like Spinies, where you can get on the bottom of a Spiny or a Buzzy Beetle, so... I feel like I might have seen that from you, unless it was just a concept demo
Oh,
that you hadn't
no.
actually published. Yeah, I don't spend nearly enough time on any of the big discords like Psychros nowadays. Like, I don't really keep up with the discussion there, but I tend to consult that whenever there are things like patches. You know, essentially whenever there's some kind of flurry of technical research that is all being done at once, that tends to be the first place I check. Because, yeah, a lot of the people who do things like the community patch research seem to congregate there. Of course, I think part of that was because back in Maker 1, I do kind of recall how
Oh, no.
Psychro's community was the main stop for a lot of the tech research that people were being directed towards by things like the Sieve gaming videos, which tended to be an entry point to a lot of that contraption-oriented thinking. And past the plant. Okay. Now let's take advantage of our little margin of safety over the platform. Okay, surprisingly generous, that segment there, when it comes to giving me some room for correction. And here we start to see some of the pink coins. Optional challenge off to the side before you go off the pipe. That seems to be fairly clear to me as the thing that's going on. I think the cannon and snake block level was actually the first one, or one of the first ones that you showed me, so I definitely played that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I definitely played that. I mean, there have been a lot of snake block and cannon tricks in general. That's how a lot of the mech assembly levels have been done.
Oh,
Not only with the mech level that we saw from Lecter last week, but also with a lot of
no.
related designs. I think it's often the method that's being used to get anything onto a surface like a thwomp. No, that was obviously a spin jump because that's a spike top, and we shouldn't be in the mentality of Paper Mario where we're wearing iron boots or something that
Oh, no.
protect us from all that. I'm beginning to think it's actually quite obvious that the pipe segment we saw before CP1 was where several of the bonus coins were, so we will have to do more of this level again, for sure. Because, yeah, I didn't think about that location too carefully. And I was thinking that, okay, maybe the level eventually just wraps around, given the pipe setup there. But it's increasingly clear to me that that is a pink coin challenge before you move on to the next segment. which was why we were so suspiciously low on coins that late in the level. So, whoops. So yeah, good to practice some of this now because we will have to see quite a lot more of it, I'm sure. And
Oh no!
that pokey on the right side looking quite ominous. Because it will certainly be reused as you can go back up this layout. Okay, actually have to wall cling here before we spin jump off. And here we go.
Oh no!
I think there's always something very subtly satisfying about seeing a lot of element reuse in platforming setups, particularly things that are auto-scroll based, where you just have a lot of interactive parts that, you know, are devised for multiple uses that come back and surprise you. Okay, that's felt pretty smooth so far. Once again, no pink coins except here. Very nice of that mushroom to come by just as we get over to Iggy's room. As you can see, we are missing 2 coins as we get to Iggy. I probably should have taken the lower piranhas and bounced it out of the way. This is in fact something I should have known from my own contribution to 4YMM, which has a very similar boss structure, fighting a clown car using a combination of vines on top and piranhas as potential landing zones on the bottom,
Oh.
and creating a situation where you do need to stay low in order to lead clown car down. I think I'll certainly have to plug in my controller before the end of this level, but we'll get to that and figure that out when the opportunity arises.
Oh no!
Yeah, certainly didn't seem like the battery levels were running that low, but one never knows. Okay. Up and up. Yeah, spin jump was not mandatory on the dry bones, but we'll do it anyway. Okay. That was a bit of a surprising save. We needed a little bit more headroom to get over to the next plant on the left and escape that corner.
Oh no!
And yeah, like I was saying, we'll just have to play the level twice. But rather than starting over, it makes sense, I think, to practice it now, get a lay of the land, understand how many coins we are away from completion by the time we get to the big finish. Okay. Stay centered and nice and low, and I actually do need to take the plants too. Just get them nice and low. Yeah, there we go. And of course, Iggy in shell phase is vulnerable to that kind of nonsense. Let's make our way out. And okay, so we see a safety coin and we see an exit. So we know that we are 2 coins away, and I'm almost certain that they were coming from the CP1 segment, and so there's the exit pipe right there.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Okay, let's just do it over and look for those coins. But yeah, if you know the mechanic, this is not something that feels sub 1% by any means. But that is if you know the mechanic. You know, this on-off switch here looks terribly suspicious, doesn't it? I guess it's just there to enforce the state, but then... Oh, I see, because on-off does the track switching. Yeah, okay. Alright, that makes sense. Just being diligent. Okay, so it's at the end of this segment that we need to think about searching for what should be coins 2 and 3. When 1 is easy enough to see. And yeah. Always quite a pleasure to play a level like this and just have things come together very quickly. Hey, Yacha! One of the technical masters of music levels in particular in Mario Maker, and of course a fellow 4YMMer. Let me just give you a shout out because I will need to see about getting this coin here anyway. And Loop and Snoop, welcome. And yeah, nice to see you folks come in. So you are aware, we actually just newly set up a Discord. I kind of figured with the two of you there that it likely was just music level making. Yeah, we got a Discord mostly up and running. I say mostly because the automated stream notifications completely failed me. And so still a lot of technical issues to sort out. But we are getting a channel together with the understanding, of course, that I think... Oh, okay, and now that we don't have the on-off switch... Ah, wait a minute. Now, this is interesting. Okay, no, we can just go into pipe. Yeah, with the understanding that I think most of us who are involved with Mario Maker are in way too many Discords already, so... Not intending that to be too much of a noisy place, but people were asking for it, so I could have some kind of off-stream point of contact. And yeah, good to see you folks here. We are, of course, only on number 2 of this week's set of 8. Being suitably impressed with what we had seen with... Did I miss a coin already? Maybe I did. Suitably impressed with Nabuza's latest creation. Yeah, additional pipe... Let's check this one more time. I feel like I'm missing 2 coins, not just 1 coin. And so if only 1 coin was available here... Side pipe? No. Yellow pipe? Nope. Okay, I guess it's a different segment entirely. So there's 1 coin that we have just failed to spot. At least by the looks of it. And these are just symmetry pipes that spit you back out into the main area. You were against making a Discord and you realized that it makes you more immune to drama. That's interesting. I was kind of against it as well, to be honest. I feel like as a user, people are already split up between way too many communities. Oh, why did I come back here? Okay, no. Actually should continue through the level, but I'm too busy talking. That's an interesting claim, because obviously, you know, one has to use that responsibly, given how many Twitch streams on the very large scale seem to fall apart from Discord scandal. I think that most of the people in our immediate circles should know better than that. Okay, so I think I'm missing a coin entirely. And I don't see where it could have been. And so we just have to scope out this whole level again just to see what's going on. Yeah, I sort of remembered when you had your spat there over how that was going, and, you know, it's... I'm not judgmental about that, like, it's sometimes just going to be a personality thing when, obviously with something that is as personal as Mario Maker, people are going to have strong opinions about what they want out of their own levels, and what they want out of projects, so... Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that. I mean, you know, I think the contributions that all of you have made independently to the community are pretty considerable, and so I'm not interested in kind of making that about personal disagreements.
Oh no!
But yeah, I find that I already have too many Discords going on, but that people really do need some kind of off-stream point of contact for keeping up with things like changes of plan and changes of schedule, which are fairly frequent here. I mean, I just, for a number of reasons I won't go into, can't really be 100% consistent as a streamer. It's just not really going to happen. So, hopefully people get something out of that. And you're quite right about, you know, like having your own space gives you a certain level of control as the boss. Why am I only sitting on one coin? Oh, because I hit the checkpoint prior to... Okay. I completely forgot that I do in fact have to get back up there. I'm gonna start over, because it's possible that I've missed a coin already anyway. And Awesome Lamp, yeah, Awesome Lamp, I think you were one of the people who was asking for the Discord and thinking that would be helpful. We do have that up and running, as I've been saying in this stream. We just put that together for this week. Although it's not 100% operational yet, because the bots are still not quite getting their acts together when it comes to notifications, but yeah, we'll hopefully have that be a bit more of a reliable resource and point of contact. And good to see you back as always. Yeah, of course, main thing we've been doing on this stream outside of this has been, as I was saying earlier to people who had come in, doing battle with the DI Program Escape Room, the Escape Room of Legend. Okay, we're going to grab coin 2 first. No, I'm not going to grab coin 2 first. I think maybe I do, in fact... That seems odd. Like, I don't think it's something that should require checkpoint and respawn. So, if I got above the plants, then I wall jump over, yeah. But then I want to have a bit of a twirl, get over onto that side, so... As the plant goes down, how about that? Yeah, that's the right idea. For execution, right idea. But I think it's important to get that going. Yeah, there we go. And to grab coin 2 before checkpoint, so we don't need to fuss about this later. And Gorkowski, welcome. And since we're in bonus room, Loops and Snoop, yeah, I think that's true. Like, you don't want to be too dependent on, you know, being in the good graces of one circle. I mean, that's how you end up having a community that can be a bit cliquish. I don't think I'm really worried about that when it comes to Mario Maker, though, simply because at this point the scene is big enough that it is, whoops, mistake, that it's quite diverse when it comes to different circles that just happen to intersect, right? Like, a lot of people at this point are social hubs for different styles of makers, and you see a lot of crossover between them. And so yeah, as long as you're not like a total social pariah with everybody, I think it's maybe not as bad as it might seem. It would seem a little worse, I think, once the game ages and the social circles start to contract a bit. But right now, my sort of subjective sense of it as a player is that the Maker 2 scene is much more reasonably healthy than people give it credit for. When it comes to, you know, like the people who are here to stay are at this point here to stay, and there's plenty of support for them as they make more levels in the days ahead. But I do see what you're saying about, you know, being a kind of too tied to one social group or one major hub. It's probably something that will naturally be a bit risky. Partly because, you know, I think any kind of collaborative project is naturally going to be pretty conflict prone.
No.
Yeah, all the little kids that are coming in and playing, that's very true. I'm sometimes surprised by how young a lot of the makers are. That, you know, for a lot of people, including some of the ones that are in projects like 4YMM or other people who are extremely prominent as streamers and makers, that the surprising thing is that you have so many people serious about this game who were not from a generation where 2D platformers were still a huge presence. And that they didn't grow up in an environment where, you know, 2D platformers were the default kind of game. And, you know, like the various makers who are not even 20 yet, like, they were not in an environment where this was the standardized language of console games, the way it was for people who have been around Mario for much longer. And so the fact that they're still getting so invested in this and able to come up with lots of really interesting ideas is, I think, very healthy for the prospects of this game. I mean, I was always impressed with just how well developed the Maker 1 scene was all the way into 2019, that you still had like tons of tech research, tons of interest in video content, etc., and in new levels. That was already 2 years into the life of the Nintendo Switch, and it's not something that really ended until everybody made the jump to this game, so...
Oh no.
Yeah, that pipe. I know which pipe you're talking about. Whoops.
Oh no.
So yeah, there's still one coin that I just have not spotted, and so I have to redo this stuff and comb over this level fairly carefully. And it's not the safety coin. I feel like my count, even accounting for the safety coin, was down by 2 at the end when I cleared this level previously. Yeah, Loop and Snoop, I know that's definitely something that can be a bit... You know, it can be a bit of a miserable experience when you put in a lot of work into cultivating context in a game. To be perfectly fair, though, I did not get the impression ever that people were, like, trying to,
Oh
you know, talk you down behind your back or anything after you left. I really don't get that. I think there's still quite a lot of respect for the work that you're putting into things like guides and other content, at least from people who are active on the Twitch side of things like I am. So, like I said, I'm
Oh no!
not interested in stuff like the potential for interpersonal creative differences. I'm just here to play good levels and think about design, so... Yeah, you don't have a way to reach those people. Yeah, like in terms of having a communication hub, I think that's important because not everybody is going to be on Reddit or on the big Discords like
No!
Psychros or anything else. Yeah, so I do get what you're saying. And I do think, like, the etiquette is a little bit unsure, I think, when it comes to inviting people to your Discord. Like, you don't want to be that guy who is spamming everybody with a Discord invites without saying hello, and who's just kind of sliding into all the other channels to promote himself. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh no!
But, like, nobody wants to be that guy, except for maybe that guy himself. AI-generated levels actually would be a pretty interesting thing, just to see what happens,
No!
actually. I'm sort of now thinking, now that you've raised that possibility, about how, from a technical perspective, that might happen. When it comes to AI engagement with game playing, that is a field that I kind of follow casually, like, not at a very deep level of expertise, but it is something I do follow. But of course, anything that's involving, you know, sort of creative generation. Lots going on in AI, but maybe not so much in interactive forms where you're, whoops, failing to spin jump, first of all, and also constantly thinking about, like, player interaction and player behavior. And hey, Redox, welcome. Redox, I did see you have some new content. We also set up a Discord server if you want to come by and drop some level codes and say hello. It's very, very new. It's not totally working yet. Still some things to sort out on the bot side, but yeah, welcome back.
Oh no!
F Buffalo. I feel like I know who F Buffalo is, but haven't interacted with them specifically. So, not really sure. It's sort of interesting to occasionally see names come up that I might have encountered in Maker 1, but hadn't really thought about since then, because, I mean, I wasn't really sort of active on a community level in Maker 1, I was just kind of mostly catching up on that stuff going into 2019, as I'd often said before. Like, I'd basically gotten back into that game just before Maker 2 was announced. And there we go. Still need to think about the missing coin. 3 more remaining. We know that one is in the auto-scroll segment. We know that one is the safety coin. That's still 1 coin unaccounted for, and I don't know what we're missing visually.
No!
Ah, Redox deleted your account on Discord? Yeah, okay. That's fine. Well, you know where to find me here, so... Whoops. Okay. The timings in this segment actually feel really great. Like, I mean, I'm always a little bit leery of levels that begin with a checkpoint that's right at the beginning of a fast auto-scroll. But... oops. Too ambitious there.
Oh no!
But once you get into the swing of things, the error margins that you have for getting to the next piranha plant are pretty generous. I mean, I think it's in the nature of vertical autoscroll that partly for aspect ratio reasons and partly just from Mario physics, often you do have to feel like you're fighting the screen boundary, and so from a pacing perspective, you need a lot of side to side to make it work, and also a bit of an error margin for people to catch up if they fall behind. And so once you get into the rhythm of this level, that feels quite nice, except we are still missing a coin somewhere in this level, and I just have not spotted where it could possibly be.
Oh no!
Yeah, Loop, I know that you tend to be somebody who likes the 15-minute experience. I'm kind of the opposite of that in some ways, but of course it depends on the idea. I think in many ways a lot of these concepts do need room to breathe, where it feels like there's enough tutorials set up just to get the players accustomed to what's going on that I can't fault the makers for feeling like they need to use that and to really use the concept while it lasts instead of saving it for some kind of off-brand sequel. I mean, I can definitely tell that a lot of them are not really built for the 15-minute experience, particularly the puzzles. Yeah, I guess Getcha, that's with yours like that, benefited from a little bit of room for exploration as well, such that like it would feel very short if you just kind of ran around point to point. But it was a very flexible experience for players in terms of how much time they wanted to take to poke around the map.
Oh no!
Yeah, Lupin Soup, I mean, I do hear that specific attitude towards repeating content a lot when it comes to things that are kind of long or consistency-based, like Gauntlet levels that are not checkpoint-based, where they're very much about finding efficiencies. I really don't necessarily trust that there are 3 coins remaining at this point. Like, I feel like I should start over just to scrape the level carefully one more time. Because I get the distinct impression that I'm definitely missing one. Because after you drop out of the boss room, you have the safety coin and that's it. In this segment, I only see 1 coin, which is available after the Pogi stack. I feel like I should start over, given that we have cleared this already. And yeah, I've been very serious about doing all of the cake hunts exhaustively so far, and I don't intend to stop that now. You know what? Huh. Huh. I bet. There you go. Didn't even look at that. I was thinking originally that coin 1 seemed like it came really late. And I was right. Okay, we've got it. All coins located, let's just do it now. Let's just do it. Yeah, I guess Lupin Soup, the one you're talking about is Master of Shadows, right?
Oh no!
Yeah. Well, I think when it comes to things like that kind of ghost house style of level where there is going to be a bit of a stop and go interaction, that's you know, some of the pacing is going to feel quite different from a platforming experience. That, like, it could be something that subjectively feels slow when you're actually dealing with a very small number of obstacles and puzzle rooms. But yeah, I actually really enjoy gigantic mega levels, but that's, I know, a bit of a rare attitude in some respects when it comes to Mario Maker, and a lot of that is because the thing that really separates Mario Maker from professional designs, as it were, is just the level of trust that people are able to place in the maker, that people basically trust makers less than they do with, you know, professional game development. And so you're much more liable to assume that something is just broken or bad design or an oversight, and drop something when it forces you to repeat for whatever reason. Like, that's just much likelier to happen, and it's just the nature of a community-made game. And so there is a great deal of pressure, I think, to avoid repetition and to keep things somewhat controlled. Particularly in the context of viewer levels, which I think is just the major form of exhibition for a lot of content. I mean, I know people do things like Reddit code exchanges and such, but I think in terms of actual interaction between makers and players, that viewer levels are where it's at, and there is, of course, a great deal of pressure to... We missed the first coin entirely. I'm not paying attention. Too much talking. Too much talking. Yeah, but... and chat rightly pointed that out. And anyway, what I was saying is that I think your tolerance for the length of a level is going to change quite considerably depending on the context where it's being played. And also just your level of trust in the designer as somebody who's competent. And I think the unfortunate product of that is that, like, there is a certain risk, you know, even if you do really like levels to be standardized around sub 15 minutes as a progression experience, I think there is a risk of things becoming excessively standardized as the right way to do Mario Maker. And I think, you know, there are definitely a lot of players I see who run viewer levels and who are often not really serious makers themselves, but have, like, really strict ideas about how Mario Maker is supposed to be done. And I would rather see a bit more experimental diversity where you have everything from 10 seconds up to 500 seconds, including experiences that require a bit of repetition for progression. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to Crawl Space. I have not played any early playtesting version of it like I have with some of the other puzzle levels in the project. That's the one that I was most excited about this week. Partly because Tetraterix / Four Wings from the Yoshi puzzle level had been talking it up as something that he thought was just as complex. Although I think people, from what I've heard, have had an easier time with Saku's puzzle. But yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to that one. It's the main reason why I'm not convinced that I'll be doing 100% of Week 7 on this stream. It's likely that I will need to break this over multiple segments. It's one of the ones that worries me. The other one being... well, we'll see how Funa's level goes, but Funa's, I know, is kind of the peak of this week in terms of a platforming experience. And let's just pull this over. But yeah, as people who have been watching the stream for a long time know, I actually really do enjoy long, no checkpoint gauntlets. As long as the, obstacles themselves are kind of fair and which are open to being mastered through a lot of practice. I think on a previous stream I was talking quite a bit about things like Tropical Freeze, which really does that to you in the hard mode. And Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, which was one of the first games I ever featured on this stream, was actually very much in keeping with that style. Okay, let's once again try to grab. How do we missed a coin again? Did I? I should have 2 coins by now. Okay. Wait. No, that's not correct. I should have 2 coins at that point. I'm clearly not paying attention.
Oh no!
Yeah, you repeat content to perfect it, and then you tie old and new to make it feel connected. That's exactly the philosophy behind stuff like the finale levels that have been in 3D Mario ever since Galaxy 2. And that has been my favorite stuff in official mainline Mario. It's the thing I look forward to with every game. Even in Captain Toad, which had the Mummy Me Maze Forever, a game within a game. Sort of like a Pac-Man game as its finale. And which was like 50 levels with no checkpoints. Like it was a true arcade experience. But yeah, the thing that makes that kind of level work, though, is that the timings do have to be 100% reliable, and the obstacles do have to be something that's sort of medium to hard difficulty, rather than stuff that's like you can't really realistically do something like that with a Kaizo style design. Like it's very easy to see why Kaizo style design encourages shorter fragments. But yeah, the kind of marathon consistency level, that's some of my favorite stuff, really. Okay, still have to get this down. I do want to stay above, do a standard wall jump off to the left. And so I can get a spin over to the right side. Maybe I should grab the checkpoint, but then I just have to redo coin 3 quite a bit. I want to catch this as the Piranha Plant is going down. Spin was too early. Whoops.
Oh no!
Maybe I should grab that checkpoint, because then it would be quicker to redo coin 3 than to redo coins 1 and 2, but we'll see about that. I have to not forget this guy, like we've been doing repeatedly. And some other level of Saku that I played, yeah. I played a bunch of the Saku puzzles this weekend. You might be thinking of the Cloud puzzle. I mean, that had checkpoints, but it was one that took a bit of time to work out. I've really enjoyed Saku's previous puzzles. I haven't played all of them yet. I think I'm still missing 2, but basically very happy with what I've seen of Saku as a puzzle designer, and that's why, that's easily my most anticipated thing from this week, shall we say. Okay. Nope, forgot to stay on. Okay, a bit low.
Oh no!
Yeah, more of the time that the player's time is precious. Yeah, it depends on the player, though. I mean, there are just so many different play styles in games like this. Yeah, I think the approach now, I am going to get the checkpoint before coin 3, because honestly, I would rather repeat that. I think that was not clear to me until I started failing on the previous attempts here. But it's more that, the segment from CP1 to CP2 is going to be a bit tougher. And so I'm likely to repeat that quite a bit, but if I respawn from CP1, I don't actually have to deal with the Piranha Plant on a conveyor belt because the on-off switch state is static. And so it's actually easier for me to get back up onto the upper level above the CP1 pipe. But yeah, I definitely had that kind of debate a lot with people over
Oh no!
Yooka-Laylee, as I was talking about, where, you know, some people are really of the belief that the long level just doesn't respect the player's time. So for those of you unfamiliar, like the whole concept of that game, Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, is that you spend the whole game doing stuff in the main platforming game to build up a shield of a certain number of hit points. And then you take that shield in with you to the final level, which is actually available right from the start of the game. And it is a massive super level that is about 20 minutes long and has 4 mini-bosses. And so, like, in its pre-patch form, there were no checkpoints whatsoever. And it was very much a love it or hate it experience. You can probably guess what side I was on, and it's easy to guess what side a lot of other players would be on. That was also, like, it's in the context of Mario Maker, that was also the context behind the very first thing that I made on the weekend that Mario Maker 2 launched. Was, as somebody who kind of really enjoys the super long experience, I decided to make a clear condition level that takes about 400 seconds to beat. And let's just say I discovered very quickly that I shouldn't really send that around to viewer levels unless it's somebody that I really trust to stick with it and to enjoy that kind of design. The other issue with that level was, of course, that it involved Desert Wind, which, when the game launched, I didn't realize how unreliable it would feel to most players. Okay, still trying to find a good timing here. As it's coming down. Yeah, as it's coming down, you do a bit of a slide. But yeah, that's the kind of thing where, you know, had to learn the hard way. Yep, people who play viewer levels are not up for this kind of experience. Unless you really know who they are. And yeah, I can kind of see the reaction face there when I'm discussing this stuff. Like, if you're sort of much more of the belief that repetition doesn't respect the player's time, and it's certainly a belief that's held by a lot of players, there are certain levels and indeed certain games that are definitely not for you. And that includes some of my stuff. Like, I felt like I've had to compromise on some of this, that I probably would have made far more super long gauntlet levels. If it weren't for the fact that I realized that they would have a very small niche audience and would also attract a lot of boos from people who are not up for that kind of thing. So yeah, for those of you who have talked or heard me talk about the time when I found that Orator actually booed one of my levels in Endless, that's the one. And it's not surprising. And I don't take it personally because, like, given his style as a player, that's... Oh, whoops. No. I need the coin 3. That was pretty much totally expected. But yeah. But yeah, I enjoy a certain kind of mastery through repetition, but it's an old arcade-style mentality in some ways. Okay. Despite the corner in that plant, still much better to reset here, I think. And in the end, you know, even with that, like, 20-minute Uber level in Yooka-Laylee, like, a lot of people complain about that, but in the end, my progression time throughout was, like, maybe 8 attempts. 8 attempts over 2 hours or so. Which is in line with what I've put into the final levels in games like Galaxy. The one that had Galaxy 2 rather, and 3D Land. The one that took me the longest was Champions Road in 3D World, which is seriously probably, I think, my favorite thing in 3D Mario. But that's because I did all of that in co-op. And I have to say, doing Champions Road in co-op with somebody who's kind of like very similar skill and speed is one of the best experiences I had throughout the lifespan of the Wii U. But it is, once again, like the kind of thing that is not for players that are against repetition. Because you really do need to master a level like that through developing methods. Nope, forgot the coin. Forgot the coin. This is not a hard level, we just bungle a lot of simple observational things like that. I don't particularly find that cheap. I mean, you know, obviously they were designing around the constraints at the time, and the fact that battery saves outside of Zelda were pretty much non-existent. But I think there's still a great deal of value to the arcade mentality. I mean, you do kind of have to know your audience. You can't just get away with that in modern games or in Mario Maker without knowing that you're hitting the right kind of player.
Oh no!
Sort of interesting how the roguelike genre has really taken off as a compromise there, where like people who do enjoy arcade-style permadeath in some cases have looked at randomization as the way you get around the supposed tedium of repeated content. I actually prefer repeated content over randomized content, I think, because, you know, you feel like you can actually get practice in and not really take RNG deaths, but that's just from the perspective of somebody who I never find that I stick with roguelike designs for very long, because once I see the randomization algorithm, I feel like I've already experienced the game. Did I forget the coin? I forgot the coin.
Oh no!
Yeah, this stream is going to have a lot of padding from just forgetting to do things. It's, I mean, it's sort of interesting to have this checkpoint set up in terms of making a decision. Like, do you grab coin 3 before the CP or after the CP? And you do, in fact, have a choice once you know what the layout is. And neither one is really the right answer, depending on what you trust yourself to do well. But it does mean that mentally, with the one-way panel at the very start of the level, and with the CP to pipe that we see right before this segment, it's shockingly easy to just lose track of what you're doing and just go, go, go. And that's something we'll have to correct. Because difficulty-wise, this is not a level that should be taking me this long to do completely. Observation-wise, there are all kinds of traps. All kinds of traps. Okay. Pop this. And go. And then final segment before the vertical section. Coming right up. Okay. Okay, not too bad. Just have to do this accurately. And we'll drop in. Here we go. 5 coins going into CP2, that's perfect. That's exactly what we need. We should have this down in no time. Oops. Yeah, it's sort of interesting to see how some of those NES era designs have been adapted to an era where people have vastly different expectations when it comes to things like save points. I mean, I think, back in SMB3, like, SMB3 felt absolutely gigantic for something that really is just realistically about a 5 to 8 hour game, even if you're just playing it warpless and doing everything at a fairly casual pace, like not even at a speedrunner's pace. We're talking about a game that's like, content-wise, maybe 5 to 8 hours of content, which today seems small. But the fact that you were never really going to realistically put in that kind of session, particularly if you were a child and had any kind of responsible parenting whatsoever, like, made the game look absolutely gigantic. And of course, that's what the warp whistles are there to work around. But I think, realistically, that not a lot of people had the opportunity to really do SMB3 top-to-bottom warpless in its original form. Because you just have to leave the console on for that long, But it's a very substantial experience when you come back to it. Today, obviously, you would be using things like save states if you were breaking up the session at all. But yeah, there's still a lot that I respect about the arcade-style design. I'm thinking about Mega Man 11, actually, because obviously, Mega Man was very much something that was designed around the expectation of, you didn't have the passcodes to save your progress, but, you'd have such a low bank of lives that Mega Man was always just this massive survival challenge. And, it's kind of interesting to see how that was adapted into Mega Man 11. And that we've really seen a classic-style Mega Man that is not as self-consciously retro as 9 and 10. You reached World 8 in the middle of the night and did not want to lose progress? Yeah, I know that feeling. Wanting to leave the system on overnight and so on. Oops. Put my hands off the controller for a minute just to hydrate, and I had to take a bit of a hydration death. So yeah, after I complete this level, I will be taking a quick 1 or 2 minute breather just to get my controller plugged in for the sake of the battery life. And so yeah, do expect a brief interruption at the end of this one before we continue with as many levels as we can fit in. There is some stuff that is in original SMB that really does not hold up with modern principles of what we consider good level design and what Nintendo would consider acceptable level design. Very little of it. I think the games have held up surprisingly well, like in terms of 90% of the platforming content. Actually, that's even undershooting it. Like 95% of the platforming content holds up remarkably well. But then every now and again, you get like the path memorization in like SMB1 Castle 6, I think, which I was thinking about because of Brogan's Escape Room, which has an implementation of exactly that kind of lock in one of its segments. You had the kind of little bit of pick-a-path that Loop and Snoop just mentioned in SMB3, and you have Way Cool, the track level in the special world in Super Mario World, which is actually dreadful. Like, it was pretty much the original prototype for, hitting on-off switches to move tracks around, move a platform on tracks, which we see all over the place in Mario Maker 2. But as the original prototype for that kind of design, it's actually not a good design at all, in that there is quite a lot of trial and error pick-a-path that also takes forever to kill you. Like, you have to register, 30 seconds later that, oops, you accidentally picked something that would loop you back to the drop at the beginning of the level. And it's actually kind of shocking how poorly it holds up next to the rest of Super Mario World. And I revisited it not that long ago, so it's very fresh in my mind. I actually liked the standard numbered levels in World 8 much better than the tanks, airships, etc. Like the actual, you know, Dark World 8-1, 8-2, etc. I always enjoyed quite a bit. Very aesthetically striking too, but I think they're some of the better standard platforming content in the game. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff in Darkland, as it were. Nobody calls it Darkland anymore, but there's a lot of stuff in Darkland, which I think would seem kind of strange by modern standards. Although I think, you know, there's a certain sense in which, like, once you get into the NSMB era, the level design is just much closer to the level of consistency and fairness that we expect in modern level design, and yet that's one of the things that paradoxically makes it less memorable to people. Because for all the things that I think the NSMB series did well, it does have a bit of trouble with memorability and just, you know, having the individual games, for instance, distinguish themselves, which NSMB 2 had huge problems with because it just really did not move the ball with the power-ups or enemy set or anything at all. But just in terms of, you know, the kind of weirdness to the concept is sometimes not really something that seemed to be as risky. Much more quality controlled. But I can see why people would just be much less attached to it. NSMBU I maintain is a very, very good game. I particularly once it was completed with the Luigi expansion. I think it's one of those games that really leaned hard into the philosophy of making every level a distinct mechanical experience that developed its own idea. And I appreciated it more on the second run, a few years after release, than I did originally. I do think that series fatigue was a big thing that held it back. Whoops. But yeah, I'm very fond of NSMBU. And even things like the artwork. Like, you know, the NSMB style that we're looking at right now in Mario Maker 2 undersells the artwork that we see in the actual game. That was its inspiration. But I do think that in some respects it does have the memorability problem that dogs the entire series. The entire sub-series. In that it would still be full of one-off concepts, but the one-off concepts, you know, they still had this very normalized sense of tuning and pacing to them, I guess, in terms of what the level design structure would be. Whereas, you know, you look at stuff like 5-3 and SMB3, which was the original boot level, or you look at a number of the special world designs in Super Mario World, and the thing is, like, they really stand out to this day. Not necessarily because the levels hold up. Like, Tubular, when you go back to play something like Tubular, which just had this legendary difficulty to it, it's actually really short. It's literally 3 challenges that you do very quickly with the P-Balloon. Like, there's barely anything to it. But it's one that stands out because, you know, people kind of remember the gameplay in it as being something that is completely distinct, even though that's not, of course, the only place where the P-Balloon appears in that game. Oh, I thought we would have it on that attempt, but That bump there was not going so well. You're taking a break due to physical problems. Oh, okay. Electro Dude, I hope you recover from that. I hope it's not strain injury or something, but if it is, you definitely want to take some time away from the controller. If it's something else, I mean, obviously, do what is best for your health. I hope that this stream is still watchable and that it's not a spectator experience that you've been deprived of. Very fortunate for us, selfishly speaking, that managed to get your 4YMM creation out the door before that. Didn't you recently take a holiday as well? Anyway, hope you get well soon and that these problems do not persist. In the meantime, Electro Dude, we actually did finally, at long last, set up the channel Discord.
Oh no!
Like I said to people who flagged their presence earlier in the stream, I don't have everything working yet. The hitboxes when things make contact with the poison or lava in this game, I feel like they are significantly stricter than they were in Mario Maker 1. I feel like that's something that must have gotten patched. In that, when things just start to die in lava and when they are still visible on screen, like you can no longer make contact with them, Mario Maker 1 was not that strict, from what I recall. I don't think it's just my memory that's fooling me here. I do think it was, in fact, something patched. Whoops. I should make more use of divines in order to get back across into open space in the middle. I'm not making enough use of divines to get me across when I'm a little bit out of position. Because attempting to bounce off of Iggy there into Clown Car is just going to be very unreliable when I am even just a little bit to the left or right. And yeah, here we go. Okay. Yeah, using the Vine Cling to do some repositioning and to get Iggy nice and high is going to be a much more consistent method. See? As soon as I figured that out, everything came together. I always find it extremely satisfying to take technical elements in a level and solve them with tactics. And it's always a good sign on the part of the level design as well. Like, I appreciate that about the level. Hey, let's stamp the cake somehow. But I thought I was promised gem, which mostly makes me think of how Tropical Freeze World 5, which was the jelly factory, where the entire world is just one big jelly factory. Like, that really kind of leaned into the idea of a jungle gem. Shocked face. I guess there is a bit of a layer of jam at the bottom of this cake. There is, however, Yoshi and a Tanuki suit. Well, the raccoon suit, as distinct from the statuesque Tanuki suit proper.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Yeah. So, Electro Dude, we're talking about this being a strain injury. Yeah, definitely want to relax and recover from that. And I don't know how it is that you do level making, like whether you do it... I know you do it handheld, but I don't know if you're doing it stylus-based or something else, but I found that having something like a tabletop stand for the Switch is actually extremely useful. If you are doing stylus-based input when making, you can even kind of just detach the Joy-Cons for, you know, the copy and grab inputs and so on. And then really just have this drawing tablet experience. But yeah, in general, you should just probably take a break, and hopefully you can kind of enjoy Mario content vicariously in the meantime, even if you are not in a race for some of the first clears. So yeah, figuring out hitboxes while giving many things sinking in lava animations, yeah, that's definitely a concern. But I feel like the rule was definitely not that strict in Maker 1. Anyway, as you can see, the controller battery is down. So what I will be doing is I'm going to just take a minute to plug in the controller. Not going to switch to Joy-Cons, particularly with some of the more intensive platform levels coming up. But I'll be right back. Just give me a few minutes to come back, and we'll join you shortly. And yeah, Loop and Snoop, thank you once again for coming by. See you around. Okay, we are back. So let's take a look at number 3 in this week's set. It's going to be another one that I was really looking forward to, which is Black Ships on Blood Sea by Megatoro. I was catching up on quite a few of Megatoro's more recent creations. Megatoro had a 30-level super world as well as a couple of more recent stages, and I played the ones that were all post 3.0. Definitely a fantastic maker with a really great sense of visual flair. And so I'm looking forward to what he has delivered to... He or she has delivered to the tune of 5%. OMG Bowser destroyed my ship. But okay, equipped a new weapon and go again. So yeah, that is going to be something that has a bit of cutscene story spectacle to it. The lengthy description on the website says this: 2 huge black ships sail on the lava. These ships are composed of bill blasters and cannons. The first ship will follow you. The second one is equipped with a laser beam cannon. Use both ships well to defeat Bowser. So looks like we'll be doing some piracy and hijacking. Okay, let's take this boarding party, rather. Let's take Let's take this boarding party to the Black Ships on Blood Sea and see what it's all about. 3-minute 30 record on this one, so it is going to be given the clear rate and the time. Maybe a relatively gentle but substantial and chunky experience. Obviously with some auto-scroll confining the timing, because that's what's going to drive this ship mechanism. That's not just very jittery movement to it with how it's been timed so far. DI Program, that's because, I mean, this week I didn't really playtest for people who are involved. I did playtest some of the puzzle levels in previous weeks, and so I did know some of them in advance. But it is large enough that the playtesting in the project is very distributed, in that it's not like every level is being, you know, playtested in advance by 60 other people or whatever. It's more that, you know, some people who are kind of in the right place or in the right time, or who are a particularly good fit for certain kinds of quality checking and cheesing and puzzle solving. would kind of take up some of the playtesting. And that's why, you know, I could get through something like the Yoshi puzzle level in week 5 fairly quickly, is because I did spend a lot of time with it in advance. But it's not like I'm doing every level for every week. And which is why I'm always happy to do them on stream and see the final result. One of the things that, you know, you don't hear about very much, for instance, is with things like major film projects, for instance, is that a lot of actors really do never see anything close to the final cut until the premiere. If they see it at all. Like, there are some, you know, actors who, like, it just come in for a role in a particular film, and they would just never see the finished product until, like, in some cases, even decades later, when they see a restoration presented. And I think it's like that with a lot of collaborative projects, that you do your best to put in your part. Then at this point we have 2 coins plus safety coin remaining. But yeah, huge cutscene sequence over here. And as with Lecter's level last week, we see some cannon assembly. And this is telling me to go down. Oh, no, I needed to go down in this spot. I was trying to do that, and I just missed. So Ludwig is going to defend this spot over here. Interesting to see how Ludwig's flight pattern is being constrained by that layout. Look at how reliably he goes back and forth. That's actually a really remarkable level of Koopaling positional control that you don't normally see. Except I was totally jammed in that position now, so that's probably not the right approach at all. And yeah, Electrodude, thank you for dropping by. And you have a good day and a speedy strain recovery on your end. Okay, so yeah, we actually just need to ride this out. I was doing that completely wrong by trapping Ludwig there somehow. And I guess even if I defeated him completely, that would not have gotten me through the on-off mechanism. So I think I actually did break that the first time, perhaps by stomping the lower Mecha Koopa, but it would seem unusual for this to be broken with something so small. I think it's oh, I see what's going on there. It's because of the scroll break on the lower mecha. For some reason, the scroll break didn't happen. It was just my positioning. Very clear to me now what was going on there. Okay, so let's actually take this location. And here I was, you know, sort of complimenting Ludwig on having this completely reliable controlled position, which is still something that I think is maybe worth borrowing somehow for more Koopaling fights, where I think with elements like Roy in particular, confinement is often an issue, but notice how Roy does not have any ceilings to attach himself to, and so that simplifies his pattern pretty considerably. Right, and so that spot is just using the Koopa ship to take our way forward. The scroll break triggers the on-off. Or rather, the on-off is triggered simultaneously with scroll break when the beam comes across. And that's what allows your little mecha ship to continue its way forward as you fight off the Koopalings one by one. So, once again, get down there, trigger the scroll break, continue. Continue. And yeah, no, I don't think it's cheese. Okay, now we have to think about Lemmy positioning. Getting on the ball while avoiding Morton fire. Yeah, just going to blast our way through one ship at a time. And here we are. The final confrontation with Bowser. I do see a POW that is down below, and that will want to hit that. Oh, whoops. It's a little bit slow there. I did see that was the location I wanted. And at that point, we also have all 4 pink coins in tow, with a safety coin still to come, so no worries about being able to do the cake route in this one, should that arrive immediately after the final boss. Okay. Going to get within Koopaling range, or rather Mecha Koopa triggering range. Yeah. I guess pink coins here are more of an observational check. Oh, whoops. Mistimed that. Kind of forgot that that would alternate. And I think it's probably a good idea with Roy jumping around to take out Roy first when he's trying to board the ship directly. Okay, down we go. Going to dodge that and come back. Okay, come down here and get that scroll break down in the next cycle. It's not going to happen this cycle. Yep, I guess the Bill Blaster to the left is what's confining the Mecha Koopa from firing to the left at all, which is obviously a pretty important, if fairly ordinary touch. Always been interesting to me how Wendy's firing pattern is actually one of the only instances of that kind of angular reflection that we see in the mechanics in this game. There are, of course, flying Podoboos that do that as well, but very few things besides that. None that I can think of, really. Okay, let's blast this. Oh. Oh, coin was up there. How did I grab that? Ah, yes. Okay, that's coin 4. I didn't remember having trouble with that previously, but I think I might have just gotten that almost accidentally from riding the bills in a much earlier position. Okay, this one had to be mainly aware of the Morton Stomp, so we find a good pattern for landing on the Lemmy Ball and dropping those guys into a warm bath. Don't really need a flower at this point, but it's nice to see how the flower is actually carted along with you as a backup power-up. That's a very nice touch. Even though we lost access to it for scroll reasons at this point. I guess it was possible to at least briefly save the power-up for later. Nope. Just missed a totally ordinary jump. Is the wall break entity based? I don't think so. I think it's actually based on camera positioning, where you see the first scroll break. Like, everything is triggered by the scroll break on the bottom right corner. The wall break is the spike ball that comes in afterwards. I get the impression that the scroll break initially allows the spike ball to roll down from a few tiles off screen. That as soon as it breaks, you see how there's a little bit of a lag time there? I think the lag time is probably from a spike ball spawning in and rolling over. I don't know if that is a sound hypothesis just given the amount of time it takes to come down. I guess I'm now looking at this and thinking about whether anything in this level could be entity-based. It would obviously not be based on the projectile limit, given how many projectiles we have going at any given time. But you'll notice, for example, that you see stuff like the fish bones coming out, right? So that's clearly not entity-blocked. Like, there's no way that we are at the limit, because you can still see the fish bones firing. Okay. Too soon. Still too soon. So yeah, I think it is purely positional from everything I'm seeing here. It may also be based on the on-off dropping. So for example, if you have something like a spike ball that is held in place by a conveyor belt, then the on-off toggle that happens in conjunction with a scroll break would also drop it down. That's one way to do it. But from a sort of entity budget perspective, I think the easiest way to do it is just to have the spike ball be about 3 tiles or 4 tiles off, and to have it roll over. I missed a coin. That's unacceptable. We're going back and getting that. It seems like I do have to take a different approach to that coin, because the bonsai method, I don't know if it's going to be what we want here. Given that the bonsais are always going to be screen position dependent in terms of when they start spawning in, and that's going to depend on the timing of when we triggered a scroll break. And yeah. And we'll just come down here, and that's going to be a hit. Roy is still trying to hijack our ship. Roy's just going to go away? Okay, that's fine. Roy's not going to go away. Roy's going to stay aboard. We should have cleaned him out earlier. So yeah, I actually kind of like that Roy stays aboard. Oh, I see. The coin. Okay. No. That's why I got it without really even thinking about it the first time. It's just very readily accessible in this segment here before I go for the kill. Yeah. Nice to see that interaction anyway, to see the whole column erased from the single point of contact in the bottom right. Yeah, gonna need that power-up refresh going into Bowser, but at least now I have a very consistent idea of what's going on with coin number 4. Interesting to see that you have some mechanisms under the lava there going on with the fish bones. Don't know what that's about just yet in the checkpoint room. Might have been something that was important on our way in, but not sure what's going on with it right now. There's quite a lot that's going on in this level that is sort of more aesthetic in character. Like the little fishbone over here. I mean, I guess the fishbone is just kind of there because the blaster is not blocked by the centering of the cannon. And that's just a natural result of having something spawn that is not too intrusive. And, you know, it is kind of stylish. Okay, let's find a different cycle. Let's get in a little bit later on this platform, as we ought to know by now. And we'll go for that power-up. It's going to be a full flower. And we'll just wait for a nice, appropriate cycle to get on that lower cannon that's going to just peek out of the lava on a regular cycle. And okay, here we are, going for the Lemmy Ball. Going for the Lemmy Ball rather soon, but that's okay. Wonder about that one-way panel there. I guess that's just to force the Koopaling death in some ways. Wonder whether that was there to prevent, though. Okay, so now let's actually find an appropriate time to get on the lower level and also come back up safely. Just gonna hit the POW. And that's going to drop launcher number 1, if I'm not correct. Or if I am correct. I'm not mistaken, rather. Then we'll go for the 3rd hit. Interesting to see some of these phase transitions now that Bowser is on the floor, dropping fire. And, oh, very lovely to have that instantaneous star. That's a yay. And that is a safety coin, leading us to a cake room that will ultimately drop us onto the pipe. Hang on, let's just give the cake a comment. 2 ships passing. In the cake. This is what happens when you can't draw pictures with a stick. That's okay. I feel like the sort of cake comments have been below the standard that we expect, but on our end. But we'll do what we can to mark our territory and drop on top of the axe. Alright, so yeah, fun, spectacular level from Megatoro, as usual. And that's it for Black Ships on Blood Sea. Let's see what's up. For number 4, it's going to be a music level. And how did I get down here on the list? Ah, yeah, there we go. It's going to be... Oh, I'm on page 2 somehow. That's what happened. Don't know how that occurred. Oh, I see. Because of the trigger. Anyway, so here is K-Dog, who is returning to the project after his contribution in one of the early weeks. And this time he's going to deliver What Is Love? Bob-ombs don't hurt me no more. Which is not going to be a sing-along, but the lengthy description on the website says, "What is love? Baby, don't hurt me no more. You may find yourself bobbing your head back and forth to the music as you play through this challenging platformer. Use the SMB2 mushroom to platform off bob-ombs in a unique way, while listening to this familiar song from Hadaway." So, good thing audio is still working on our side. If anything about it is a bit laggy or glitchy, as always, do let me know. And yeah, this is going to be about 2% with a world record by Murphy, who is a streamer who has been very kind to all of us in 4YMM so far, and has been, I think, one that, as makers, we have all enjoyed watching very much, so full credit to Murphy for that. And of course, as a music level, we can probably expect some measure of auto-scroll. Oh, I also haven't been checking the comment art in some of the previous levels. We'll go back and do some of that at the end. Okay. Pretty standard platforming that we're failing on at the moment. Now, if I'm keeping things straight, I believe K-Dog previously contributed the level Ra the Sun God, which was the music level in SMB1 Desert. That took me ages to get the cake on, because it took me a while to actually not only do that level from the start, which is what is required, but get the kill on the Angry Sun. Took me a very long time just to figure out what to do for that cake, and so we'll see if this one is nearly as strict. Obviously, we do need to keep SMB2. I mean, that looked like it was almost salvageable, but I assume that the level does not let you do that for long, and that at the end there might be something like a cloud-based gate, just to enforce that. Having the cloud tile being pluckable with SMB2, I think, was actually kind of an inspired design decision when it came to how Nintendo decided to set up this power-up. In that you would have a built-in puzzle gate that worked in a way that was not previously interactive with anything other than the spike balls, I think. Or maybe the big thwomps. Like, you would have very few ways of erasing clouds. And so you would have just a distinct power-up check. It was extremely simple to set up. Oh, whoops. Just flat out missing that switch. Yeah, that's one of the things I'm happiest with SMB2, because it also gives you, of course, another plucking interaction to really make the best use of that. Like the flavor that it's taking from the original game when it comes to not only standing on objects safely, as you see here, but with the many interactions that are managing to evoke turnip plucking. But yeah, definitely one of the things I'm happiest with when it comes to SMB2, which was a power-up that, I mean, as I certainly don't need to tell Progan, was something that I think added a ton of stuff to this game. Okay, I was just a little bit late there, I think. I needed to get in a bit ahead, because that particular trigger, getting the side thwomp to get going, is player dependent, and my position is just behind. You know, as I've previously said, like, sort of fast linear auto-scroll music levels are actually the kind of level in 4YMM that's probably least my type. Like the sort of composer-style level. I mean, I always enjoyed music, but the platforming is probably the kind of platforming that is the least best fit. Although, of course, I've been enjoying all of these creations quite a lot in their own right. It's a lot that goes into them as a maker, so a lot to respect about that for getting to hit the switch. But I think very often that the trouble I run into with levels like these is that they are designed around the expectation that you're going to be, you know, not letting up on your speed at all, and they really punish you for that in ways that are hard to tell until you run into a player-dependent check, like we see with the thwomp over here. Nevertheless, we just need to jump on that accurately and make it through the one-way panels. And here we are. Okay, let's get back on here. This is, once again, going to be a little bit slow. Also a very good design choice to force Mario falling down when plucking a cloud. Yes, so you can't just jump out of that safely. Like, that's a very subtle decision, but it prevents a lot of things from breaking. But yeah, it's always nice when you see something patched into, okay, this was clearly supposed to be a charge jump. Always nice, and you see there's a cloud gate right there, as we were saying, and expecting all along. Yeah, I was trying to make some kind of point about power-up design prior to that, but I don't know what it was. Okay, much better spacing this time. And that's going to be... Okay, there's some kind of swap interaction with the Goomba that I think might just be a state control. It could be a state control for respawning from checkpoint versus respawning from the start. We'll finish this level first, and we'll see if my intuition about that is correct. But I think that the state change from what was going on at the top of the screen probably implies that the cake route is finishing this from the start with no checkpoint, which is fine. I'm generally, as I said before, happy with that kind of challenge. As people could probably tell from the amount of time I spent on the Celeste level. Yeah, it would be lovely if each power-up had such an easy check. Yeah, because I'm just thinking of the SMB3 Frog. The Frog does not have such an easy check. The Frog is maybe not the most puzzle-worthy. I know that people have made some frog detectors, but that they are just overly complicated. Complicated to the point where, you know, at that point you just ask yourself, like, why am I using a frog? Considering that, power-wise, it doesn't give you that much to work with other than... Like, it gives you kind of timing-based benefits, such as the swimming speed, and also just the ability to, you know, have straight lines. Okay, I need to take the bomb and I need to throw it. Yeah, take the bomb. That's what a down arrow indicates. Ride the big bomb. Throw the bomb into the Master Sword slot. But yeah, there are definitely elements in this game that are not so puzzle-friendly. Frog has a decent check, jump out of water from a certain height. Okay, that's a good point, yeah. And I have seen that done. Oh, I know, like at the end of a... Like, that's sort of a, you know, finish a platforming segment with a frog kind of check, though, right? Like, it's not really kind of a... I mean, you can use it as a puzzle check, but very spacious context. Anyway, I'm going to defer to Grikowski when it comes to puzzle design, given Grikowski's experience in that area. Okay. Yeah. Actually, the cloud is just a very satisfying interaction. Trying to get pushed by the screen boundary there, that was clearly not the way to save myself when I don't get enough of a slide off the ice. Okay. Okay, nope. That's another one-way panel that is signaling a charge jump with SMB2. I think that was fairly clear given the height of the wall anyway. But yeah, strongly suspect that the cake route is based on a that trigger that we saw at the end of the first segment before CP1. But we'll see if my expectations are correct. But yeah, because the nice thing with the cloud is that you can just get much tighter spacing that is universal across the style. You can pack it in closely with tons of other elements. Because I guess the thing with the frog check is that, I mean, you could have something like an exit pipe, but if it's the sort of middle interaction in a sequence of interactions or something like a puzzle, you know, implicitly, you are not just building the spacing above the frog jump, but also the semi-solid or whatever that you're using as the landing zone, and then whatever routing you're planning around that. I'm sure something good could be made out of that. Like, I feel like I haven't really seen very many frog-related puzzles, and that might just be something that's underexplored. But once again, the question is, you know, what kind of interactive power does that power-up give you? In the way that SMB2 and Link, for instance, give you tons of power in terms of things you can do. But... okay, much better. Much better. A little bit late. You clearly do need to get in that claw from a nice shallow angle on the side, such that you can do a full swing. That's something else I also had to learn the hard way from the Celeste level, in terms of how the claw entry really does matter in something time-sensitive like that, where you need to catch it on the first cycle. So yeah. Makes sense for this to be a bob-omb level, given that they're all bobbing their heads. I think that's very much the intended thematic concept of how to make the music match the thing you are actually playing. Yeah, I really feel like the mystery mushroom check that you had in Maker 1 is sorely missing. Like, there has never been a good replacement for it, just to have a one-tile check on breaking something with your head. I mean, without getting into things like the fuzzy and spiny shells, which introduce a whole bunch of other issues. But just to have like a very simple super mushroom-like interaction that is one tile high. That's one of those things that's just very conspicuously missing from this game in terms of being able to port over Maker 1 style puzzle locks accurately. Unless there's some kind of alternative that is obvious, which I'm missing. I feel like that's something that was never properly replaced. Okay. And yeah, we have a door here which is going to be based on a bob-omb break. Oh wait, no. Let's carry this. Drop it over here. Okay. Let's see what this is all about. Okay. Oh, it's like a heart cake. A heart cake. Or a heart ache. There needs to be a questioning face, like a I'm just asking questions face. This will be an I'm just asking slightly dour questions face. Let's do that. Okay. And we have a bit of a bonus segment here, showing off the music track and also assuring us that I am a super player. 4 years of SMM. Heart, heart, heart. Yeah, kind of nice to have this shown off. So I wonder what the break was all about at the beginning of the first segment. Must be some kind of state control trigger. That's probably just it, just to make sure everything's working. And also potentially... well, I mean, it's off screen. I don't really know what that was about. Yeah. Let's go over some of the comment art and the levels that we have seen so far, so I don't forget after spending all that time on Jungle Jam. Just a lot of yay cake, but I guess Mang has had to pull all the weight here. You can see here's an illustration of Mang pulling a lot of weight. Put a piranha on her head. Love the touch of those piranhas in the background. And what do we see? This was Black Ships on Blood Sea. And a lot of text in Japanese that I unfortunately cannot read without the assistance of pointing my mobile device at it. But yeah, Megatoro obviously has a pretty big following within the Japanese community. Looney was here. I've seen that comment elsewhere before, I think. Ragnarok really enjoys his lightning pirate ship. Look at that. And it's literally on a blood sea. That's just beautiful illustration there. You know, kind of like the Turner painting of the Temeraire, except with a darker sky. You know which painting in the National Gallery I'm talking about. It's also in Animal Crossing, for those of you who may or may not have acquired it. Man going a bit more abstract than usual here. And what do we see in What is Love? And yeah, Progan, thank you for dropping by for so long today. Enjoy your food. We'll be running for a bit longer. Particularly because I think we do have the Saku puzzle coming up. I don't know if it's next, but we'll find out in just a moment. Yeah, a lot of people really do love their music levels. That was a fun one. No, Bobby, why? Hey, spoiler alert. And I think a lot of us playing Nintendo games recently have had occasion to say no, Bobby, why? Let's not go into that. Ah, here's Ragnarok X once again. Right, with the head bobbing bob-bombs. That's a very cute illustration. Very appropriate. You can kind of Photoshop yourself into the background and bob along to the drawing. So, from where I'm standing, that's a physical impossibility. Duffy's gonna do a head bob as well. That seems like the kind of thing Duffy would do. Duffy, for those of you who don't know, is our trailer voice actor for YMM, among many other things, and really put in a remarkable job in this week's trailer, which those of you who have not seen it, do watch the trailer. Actually, one came in. This is just the normal daytime that we've usually been doing for 4IMM. We did not do that last week. But yeah, just doing a bit of a day stream to cover what we can. Mang with the disco bombs. Yeah, let's take a look at number 5. One came in. We also have a new Discord that you can check out. We just set it up, and most of it is operational, although some of the bots are bugging out. Okay, no. Saku's level is actually much further down. It's number 7. So why don't we do Funa's first? Funa is, I think... Whoops, the contributor... hang on, I just scrolled to the wrong page once again. This is what happens when my controller is plugged in and sitting in a slightly different position. Yeah, but Funa is, I think, the contributor of the hardest platforming level this week, as we can see from 0.6 on a clear rate, and a world record by Mang, who really wanted to get that illustration in. Yeah, world sees, time escapes, death pursues, eternity awaits in Huna's Toxic Express, which promises platforming on a brisk-paced train ride above toxic waters. Certainly not the first train ride we've seen. We've already had a boat ride today. But this one is going to be 0.6, which I think is going to be one of the lowest clear rates in a project, next to Salt Lake's Ant Picnic level from a few weeks back. And so, yeah, we'll see how long it takes us to do the cake route. If it's particularly punishing, we may not really do all of 4YMM in this sitting today, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, rather brisk, and have to be very solid on the bounces. Which immediately tells me why Mang might have gotten the world record on this, simply because, not only just from the auto-scroll, but because of proficiency with springs. What's going on here? Oh, yes, hit that block to launch the spring. And the spring will give me a safety platform to get around the spikes. Okay, so that's just a reading error. Execution-wise, not that bad. Yeah, a lot of Funa's levels are kind of in that 0.5 range, or even below. Definitely a maker of hard platforming experiences. Every week I have been trying to... Whoops, missed that block again. Every week I have been trying to preview some of the makers going into the release of the new levels. With Funa, I kind of cheated and picked an easier one. Most of Funa's levels are on this harder side. It's not the trampoline or any kind of object coming out of the... Okay, I completely misread that, because I thought hitting the yellow block would probably spawn something like a trampoline that would launch the Goomba and upper trampoline over in some fashion. But it seems like you just launched the Goom, the Galoomba, I guess. Or... No, I think it's a Goombud. But I have to keep them straight because... Oh, interesting, that lower trampoline is still accessible. Not that you would want it. That's kind of strange. Oh, I think I just bugged it out, actually. And I need to let go of the dash button so I don't pick that up on my way down. I think. That's something I often have trouble doing. No, that's not what we're doing there. There's something else going on. Okay, let's take a look at this, because that's not really what I expected. Going to have to think about that. It's probably something extremely obvious, platforming-wise, that I simply haven't tried. Wonder if I need... I was thinking, like, I need that to have time to wake up first, but I don't think it will do so in the time that we have available. Like, you know, if we just try to hug the train as far as we can to the left side until the Goom wakes up, maybe that would also allow the train to cross over to the other side safely, which is not a margin that we have thought about yet, in terms of making that landing zone available, so... that was just a miss. I see what happened there. Okay. You just need to be very quick, in fact. No room for error here. Even when you hit that as soon as possible, you wind up on the last tile. I see. So the trick here is to get ahead of the timing as fast as possible, and get to the head of the train, hit the Goomba as soon as possible, let it wake up. That's the only way. But then if you hit it as soon as possible, you need to control your landing back onto the train. That's going to be tricky, but I'm sure it can be done. No, it looks like the wake-up timing is nowhere near what we need. Surely for a 4YMM level, it's not going to be something like a grab and throw. Or maybe it is, like if you have to catch it and set it down gently, perhaps. But no, even so, like that would still be in a state where it's not jumpable. So, something I'm fundamentally not understanding about this, then. Oh, you know what? This is the second time today that I've missed an obvious spin jump. Like a really obvious spin jump. The second time today. It was like that with the start of the Piranha Plant level as well. I don't know why I've had such tunnel vision for that lately. I know that tech, and I know it very, very well. Or should, theoretically. I see that one-way panel on the top right there as we died. Anyway, one came in. I usually discourage hints, but when I'm kind of embarrassing myself quite that much with something that I am supposed to know 100% of the time, that was actually much appreciated, though. Yeah, here's the thing. I very often see the supposedly obvious solution last. It is, as they say, always in the last place you check. And yeah, I know that. I know that from playing a lot of Goomba-based levels like that use precisely that interaction. Okay, have to think about the Muncher block and landing onto the lower platform correctly. Yeah, one thing that, as I've often said before, they really don't warn you about streaming is that when you are playing live, a lot of the game knowledge that you totally take for granted just goes out the window for some reason. And a lot of the things that you feel like you know and recognize 100% of the time just have a way of disappearing on you in public view, which with any kind of public performance is an effect that people know about when it comes to things outside of video games. That your memory in a performance situation is going to work a little bit differently, and it's also why, you know, public performance of any sort takes practice as a skill set in its own right. Like, you're under very different mental conditions. Okay, have to ride out that trampoline and dash all the way to the bloopers onto the right side, which will be a bit of a survival challenge as we bop one blooper at a time very carefully before we have the opportunity to get back onto the train. Which we'll do. Nope, miss. And there we go. I miss. Okay. There we are. No, spin jump. Yeah, sometimes just a matter of getting your head back into it. Now, the good news is that after seeing some of the early segments here, the 0.5 to 0.6 clear rate on this actually looks much less intimidating, because I can see where a lot of the frequent repeated deaths are coming from on obstacles that by themselves are actually not that bad. Like, it is a very similar kind of expert pacing and difficulty as we've previously seen in the project, including on the Tomb Train level that we saw back in week 2, I think, from Cats, who also made a Bullet Blaster Train level that had a similar speed and difficulty tuning to it, although that was Thwomp based, I think. Yeah, it was a Thwomp train. Okay, here I think we actually need to bounce off the trampoline. We don't need to run on top of the trampoline, we need to bounce off of it and to the right in order to get enough of the forward momentum that we need in order to get to the bloopers onto the right side. Once again, very obvious to me now why we see Mang on the world record, given that Mang was kind of the master of sort of trampoline deflection mechanic. Okay, needed just lower bounces or just a single bounce to get back onto the train. But that's the proof of concept right there. That is, in fact, how to properly use the trampoline. And there I can already detect why, like, that by itself would just tank the clear rate by a percentage point. Given that that kind of sideways trampoline interaction is still something that is awkward for a lot of players. But we've had plenty of practice here, and so not going to make any excuses on that score. Okay. I really do need to get on the right side of that right away. We do not have the time to make a correction jump quite like that. Need to land on a good location. So yeah, that one I'm not sure. That's a type of element that is as doable blind as the rest of this is, but we'll see, because it seems like being aware of the drop location on trampoline is kind of critical in order to get that done. Because if it's something that's claw-based, it is going to be player dependent. And I don't know that it's claw-based. Oh, I see. Back and forth. Okay. Given that the conveyor was at the bottom and I had no way of telling that it was an on-off conveyor, I don't think I knew on the first try that that's what was going to happen. And that's the kind of obstacle we only need to read once and should be able to execute accurately after that. There we are. And yeah. Oh, once again, getting into the wrong position. And once again, like, that's one element that I think does require a little bit of memorization in terms of knowing that you have to get onto the right side, especially if you don't know what's coming. So, not the most blind-friendly part of the level, but I do wonder if there was any way to make that more blind-friendly and still have the drop timing work with the trampoline. It looks like the trampoline is probably claw-based rather than positioning-based. Like camera-based, I mean. If it is claw-based, then... Or maybe it is based on the scroll, I'm not sure. I can't quite tell from how I'm seeing it currently. Anyway, send that to the left, jump on a blooper, send that to the right. And when we get over onto the right side, that's going to give me some kind of access to the top right, which will be the way forward. Okay. Whoops. Alright. Let's just land some of that stuff accurately. Yeah, feeling relatively gentle, actually. I can see why understanding how to use the trampoline well and getting that sideways bounce on it would be a sticking point, as I was saying. But if you get into it with a good initial position, as the trampoline falls down from off screen, it works fairly well. Okay. And nice. Actually kind of nice to have that be 2 bloopers wide. I don't know if I was supposed to hit that yellow block there. That looks suspiciously like a cake road. If we were able to do an up throw with a shell and get over that yellow block and up to the cloud passage there. That looked very suspiciously like the secret road. So we'll take a look at it. Okay, let's try not to slip like that. So we're getting through this. Nope. That's not gonna go. And okay, we'll get back up. Whoops. Oh, okay, that was unconventional, actually being able to land safely on that blaster. Was not going to remain safe, as there was no clear way to get out of that. Whoops. Not drop location we're looking for. Now this one I think has a record that's about a minute on it, so I think we were actually reasonably close to the end. It's just that there was that very suspicious location that looked like the secret. Also, we have only seen the main world. We have not seen a checkpoint or subworld at all. It seems like a lot of space that could be used that we haven't really had a chance to think about yet. Obviously, with something like this, it's very entity heavy in a way that would naturally, I think, pose some constraints on how much of a level there can be. But we'll let that slide in. Oh, once again, forgetting that we need to get a bit ahead in position. And what have we got here? Yep. Okay, there we go. Drop that down. Drop that down. Okay, looks like I want to claim the shell, stand on a trampoline, up throw into that block up high, I think. I don't know yet because I haven't taken that suspicious thing that looks like a secret road yet, but I feel like that's going to be what happens. And it's going to take a few attempts to solve, but in the meantime, this stuff early on is becoming generally more and more reliable. And we can trust ourselves to execute that a little more cleanly. So, once again, let's take a look at this. Don't know why I was spin jumping there. It's just a flat-out mistake. Nope. Okay. You can kind of see why the double blooper there gives this level a bit of flexibility when it comes to the timing for players who get there particularly early, which is probably quite possible depending on how aggressive you are about your position after the presumptive claw drop of the trampoline that's coming in from off screen. Okay, altogether, not that bad. I feel like there's definitely much more to this. Or something that's kind of in the percentage range we were talking about. 0.5 to 0.6. But a lot of it is going to be about puzzling out that suspicious spot that I've been thinking about on these attempts. Okay. Nope, yeah, I wanted to jump on that and I want to sit on it. Oh, Redux, I certainly hope I'm not single-handedly responsible for roping you back into Discord if you have left it for all the right reasons. But thank you for checking the link. It looks like the Stream Alert bot that I had set up there actually is working. It was just on a delay for some reason, and so a lot of technical issues will get sorted out as we develop something more elaborate there. Yeah, currently on level 5 of 8. And so this and the Saku puzzle level that I've been talking about, which is number 7, are the ones that are likely to be the biggest roadblocks in terms of time. Yeah, this is clearly... Oh, maybe not. Well, the level's certainly laughing at me there. Like that was expected. So yeah, we have to see what's going on with that, because from the flight pattern on the trampoline, I was actually pretty confident I would be able to make it. But maybe I just completely misread that slope. It looks so suspicious though, doesn't it? Like it's, looks like it just has to be the secret spot. Yeah, I got a bunch of clouds up top. On the upper level, yeah, I do need to duck and I need to stand on the very left side of the trampoline. If I stand on the very left side of the trampoline... Okay, well, I mean, obviously I can't duck while I'm holding the object, but I'm thinking too much about the throw position and not enough about where to stand in order to get around that bottom corner. But we'll see. Okay, nice high jump there. Very relaxing landing on that spot. Nope. Now, one thing to be aware of is the wake-up timing on the shell when we start to see it wiggling. It is something that is being set up by a bomb. We do see that bomb going off on screen, so we have a sense of when that safety window is beginning. Whoops. Okay, let's just continue. And yeah. Okay, on the left side. Nope, that was wrong. I wanted to get the up throw followed by the jump, but I think I need to stand on the left side of the platform and kind of turn around. I was worried about clipping the shell against the wall. I don't know if, off the top of my head, if that's actually what would happen if I faced the wall at the wrong time. I don't think it should with a held object. It's not like it's making contact with an enemy. Whoops, a little bit late on the sideways trampoline interaction. Okay. Nope. Okay, let's get that going. And pop that. Yeah, very flexible landing on that tube looper area. Okay, I was able to get around that corner accurately earlier, but it's a very tight corner. Like, it requires you to stand at the very left edge of the trampoline as you make it over. I mean, as much as the audience effect is there to laugh at you, it is a nice little feedback mechanism for when you are doing that specific thing incorrectly, because it is clearly triggered by contact with the spring. But it's actually a very useful feedback mechanism to tell the player, yes, this is the thing you should be trying, it's just that you did it wrong. And at that point in the level, with only poison below you, it's not like the audience effect is occluding the visibility of anything you see on the screen. Okay, that's back. And what do we see here? Yep. Really take that top corner and miss. Yeah, you have to use the shell because there isn't really an opportunity to jump twice. If you jump the first time, you're not going to be able to land safely and have a second opportunity. So I think it's definitely the case that a shell is going to be an up throw into the block, and I just need to hit the target. But I think the method is fundamentally correct. I have every reason to believe that I am doing the right thing. Whoops. Failing to get over that muncher happens surprisingly often for something that is just a very simple, normal jump. And yeah, here we are. Okay. Now come back to that. And let's just go on from there. Yeah, just gonna take a little bit of work. to get the simple things down consistently, and they are quite simple. Like, the more I play of this level, the more I think that the clear rate is possibly lowballing it, although I have not yet seen how much more there is past the buzzy shell that leads us to the presumptive secret route. It is auto-scroll, and I did see the minute record on it, but we're clearly not really at that point yet. Currently at about the 25-second mark. Whoops. Which tells me that this is about halfway. So there is likely going to be a slightly more advanced thing to do in the subworld. Whoops. And we'll see how rough that is. But in the meantime, I do want to poke around with the spot that we've been looking at, because it really does seem correct. I don't know if there's any chance of it being a main route rather than a secret route. It looks fairly obviously like a secret route. It's hard to tell sometimes when you are this presumably early in the level. Okay, a little bit late there. It is doable. It is absolutely doable. But I did not get enough of a dash or jump. I think that is absolutely the way. Okay. Okay, there we are. Oh, that looks like cake, doesn't it? It looks very much like cake. And I don't really that much is interesting to say, so I'll just say. In keeping with the styling of the level title, I'll just put a diacritic on it. Kick. Okay. Looks like we just want to climb up here and probably hit CP1. There was some discussion earlier in the stream about the length of the YMM levels on the whole, and that very few of them seem to be based on one CP, but this one definitely seems to be. I think for entity-related reasons, there is likely not much room for a CP2, but it could always be wrong. Anyway, we're going to bounce off the Koopa. The red Koopa is going to be something that permits a double bounce. First bounce is going to clip off the wings and take it off the track. We might need that shell. We'll think about that when we get to it with a slightly better controlled jump that takes us lower on that element. Oh, whoops. Okay, I see. It's going to be first bounce, a second bounce, which will kick the Koopa inside the shell out of there and into the poison. Yeah. Okay. No, that's what's supposed to be an up throw. I knew that was an up throw, that was just a missed input when I squeezed shoulder buttons by mistake. but that was actually pretty simple to read. Also, I know now, given the timing of the blasters after the Koopa drops down, that it is safe to just go bounce into bounce. When it comes to the red Koopa here. You can, in fact, watch the drop timing and go immediately to the right, get the second bounce, and then a slide to knock out the icicles. Everything is actually very crisply timed like that. That's true of getting around the burners as well. I need to stand a bit more to the right in order to get a safe tap on the on-off switches. And we'll go. Nope. Sort of flub that. We do have a method for it. And... yep. We do have enough room on that jump to adjust our position a little bit to make sure the bounces on the Koopa are a little more accurate. But I feel like I've been going for that a little prematurely, and that if I just stuck to my earlier timing, getting the consecutive bounces off the Koopa would feel much more consistent. That's going to be a bounce over to the other side, and then an up throw with the Goomba. And then we'll see what to do with the trampoline that is on that segment that has been split off to the left. That's something that will be relevant to the level in a way that we have not yet seen. Now, jumping onto moving targets is just going to be part of the issue here, especially when you are launching yourself from a moving platform. Nope, that's just a miss. And your timing on the shell needs to be fairly decent in that you don't want it to deflect in your face. Can't be that close. But you also can't be too far. Previously not having issues with it, but... okay. Okay, it's going to be a jump into the trampoline, and then you need it to launch you over safely. Once again, very obvious to me why Mang has the record on Funa's level. And yeah, we'll just have to do that trampoline launch safely. The saw blade on top of the sideways trampoline there is probably not as threatening as it looks. It's there more to psychologically throw you off. But we actually should be able to jump into that sideways trampoline safely. Just go for it. Whoops. A little bit early on to jump off the slide. And yeah, we'll see how the rest of this goes. And then we'll make a determination after that as to whether we'll continue in this segment or save levels 6 through 8 afterwards. I think there's certainly some reason to at least save 7 and 8. So we can take our time with the puzzle level, because who knows if it's something that's going to be a bit of a stumper. The level that we had taken longest on puzzle-wise in 4YMM was actually Permuting Perspectives in week 1. And that was not difficult. It was more that you would have a lot of timeouts happen when you're in the process of mapping it out. And that's, you know, the thing that is risk with some of the longer puzzles. So yeah, it's possible that we'll take a break and have a later continuation. We'll determine that based on how long it takes to clear this one, and also the clear rate on number 6. Okay, so I needed to eventually hit that yellow block that is up high, where that was indicated by a coin. I don't see the proper sequence to get on top of the Goomba towards that coin just yet, although it was fairly clear to me on that attempt that I was late on the timing. Whoops. Okay. Here we are. Yep, and then here's the risky trampoline jump. Yeah, it's going to be bounce atop the Goomba, hit the block, land on the right side. That was close to the appropriate timing for it. But I'm just a little bit off when it comes to accuracy. Now, not totally sure, given that, whoops. Oh, that was a surprising save. Not totally sure whether anything else is going to happen with that Goomba other than bounce. I'm going to have to take a look at it. Look at a backspin on that shell. Whoops. That was a bit of an impulsive correction jump that we didn't need. Okay. Just going to let that drop. And here we are. Wanted high bounce, obviously. That was just an execution error when I was trying to find a good landing. So yeah, fairly clear to me, though, that segment 2 is probably going to be all there is to the level. Don't imagine there's really room for anything else or time, given the record that I was seeing, which was right around the minute mark. Okay, that's going to drop. Nice. And we have some text that is coming our way. It looks like 4YM that is being spelled with the key blocks. Whoops. And yeah, fairly close to that, so looks like the big finish will be here in no time. Yeah, this does not feel like a 0.6. I mean, that places it in about the same territory as Salt Lake's ant level, and I just don't believe that to be the case. Although it's true that a lot of these deaths are quite frequent, and the resets are quick, so that could certainly have a statistical effect. And yep. There we go. The bounce off of the side trampoline now is not so much a problem. It's more being able to get in position for a dash that gives me sufficient momentum to continue. Yeah, everything here is feeling fine. Nice landing zone there. Slide in there. On top of this guy. Yeah, going a little bit off screen there, such that I really had to trust my memory of the positioning of the left side cluster Bill Blasters. And then there is, as we saw, going to be a bit of a thwomp chase that is initiated after that. We'll just need to be cautious around it when we get to it. But we know it's coming. Whoops. And that's going to be a death. Okay. Yep, that felt pretty good in terms of momentum and timing and just everything working out fine. That was a relatively easy jump that I somehow just didn't make. It is possible to get onto the right side, of course, because it seems like that's not going to beat the scrolling speed, although maybe it does, actually. I see that the conveyor speed on Hole Muncher Blaster Stack is a little bit faster than the scroll speed. So, yeah, hence that left to right movement that we see. So for the thwomp segment, we do want to stay on the left side cluster. Going to the right side cluster would probably be quite dangerous. Okay. Okay, here we are. And yeah, just getting past the occasional checks of finesse are challenges that are not too demanding or difficult. It's more that they keep you on your toes. But considering how many deaths I'm taking on this one, everything feels very relaxed and manageable. I was expecting something much worse when it comes to how punishing it would be. But as I've been saying, I tend to have an easier time with this kind of difficulty than I do with challenges that are much tighter when it comes to being speed-based. I mean, this one is still an auto-scroll that has a lot of things that you have to get right on the first cycle. But in some ways, it gives you enough time to stop and correct your position with each successive landing that is not just, you know, constant go, 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 which is something that seems harder to me subjectively, even when it produces levels that have higher clear rates, like some of the music levels that are in the 1-2% zone. But obviously, you know, a certain kind of stop-and-go pacing is not to everybody's taste. But I like having the time to react and reposition, which this level is actually very good about. Like, it gives you lots of opportunities to fix problems if you just slide a little bit differently than you did on a previous attempt. I think that's certainly valuable to have. Not true of every kind of level. That's the first time we've actually died to the shell deflection after all this time. I was aware of that being a risk, but not triggered that until now. Nope. That felt like a bad bounce. You can sometimes, indeed often, tell when you've got a bounce that just isn't going to be ideal. You can feel that in advance. And here we are. Oh, no. Okay. That felt like it was almost going to miss, but thankfully we salvaged it briefly only to squander the opportunity. Okay, whoops. I just tried to hold down much too early before I was actually on the slope for the slide, so that's a rather silly way to go. Could be worse. And, okay, whoops. And there we are. And yeah, we'll just try to push through this bit by bit until it sticks. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, I would say at this point it's fairly likely that we will call it after level 5 here, possibly after level 6, depending. And continue this on the night stream now. We have, of course, a Discord channel for those of you who came in later and have not seen that the new channel has come up, so it will hopefully be a little bit easier now to communicate what some of my plans for that will be. But yeah, hoping to get through 4YMM pretty efficiently, as we often do. The last time that I did have to break this up into 2 sessions, as I said before, was week 1, because the puzzle that time was a bit of a stopping point. And also, if you count the bonus objectives, we did take a second sitting to finish the cake in the Celeste level in week 6. This one, it seems like, you know, there have been just a lot of longer challenges that were long for reasons that were largely my doing here in the week 7 levels, like the amount of time that we spent on Macho Man's level just missing coins that we already knew existed. So, just as a result of that, you know, we'll be seeing the result of having our playtime spread out over multiple levels this week without any of them coming off as peculiarly challenging roadblocks. And so see how we do with the rest of it. Okay. Meantime, let's push through. I was thinking that I would not have enough momentum given my landing zone on the left side that time. Interesting to see, too, that the right side stack is built on top of small muncher stacked under a big muncher. A small muncher, big muncher bullets. The left side, when it comes up, you'll see that it's constructed a little bit differently. That you have taller bill blasters over a different muncher layer underneath. I would assume that's because we're going to see a different disassembly of them when it comes to how related interactions. It could also be that the one on the right just goes off screen by the time we are done Thwomp Chase or Thwomp Attack around the 4YMM text that's at the very end of this zone, or what we think is the very end of this zone. Okay. Yep, really making use of that initial momentum. That's what is required in order to make that click. No. I mean, the backspin on the Koopa Shell is always kind of fun to watch, but not when you run into it and die. So for the Koopa Shell throw, you either have to be very close or somewhat distant. If you're a little bit more distant, it deflects. If you're close, you are invulnerable when it makes contact. Like it passes right through you. Both of them are kind of risky. Like there is that dead zone in the middle where you throw in just the wrong spot and the shell deflects and hits you in the face. For the most part, we've been throwing at a distance because that seems to be the interaction that is a little more reliable, a little safer. And okay. We are. Yep, just a lot of things we need to fix up from the standpoint of consistency. Yeah, despite the amount of time spent on this, it does not feel hard. But I think that's because a lot of these mistakes seem so avoidable that a lot of things here feel entirely within my control. The only thing that didn't feel totally within my control in this level was the trampoline drop off what was presumptively the claw in the first segment. That was the only thing that felt like it was a potential issue with the blind friendliness of this design. But yeah, you can see, as expected, that that was something based on the POW. Also, that it seems like on the bottom right corner, I don't think those lower blasters are going to take you anywhere. I think they're just going off screen, but if it does look like the scrolling continues and that they will take you somewhere, I am obviously going to check that for a second potential secret. I don't think that's the case, though. I do think that's just some kind of unloading zone. On the other hand, we are in the subworld. In the subworld, if it's not something that's going to be the end of screen number 10 on the right side, the scrolling would have had no reason to stop there because There was no scroll stop on the other side. It was open. I think that was just the final screen boundary, though, on the subworld, which is built end-to-end 10 screens wide. You can kind of see that from the left side wall here. Yeah. Surprisingly gentle feeling on the auto-scroll speed on this segment. Let's bounce over once again. Bounce, bounce, bounce. This guy here never feels too bad, although we came perilously close to dropping the upper blaster a little too far to the left. I think it's fairly safe, though. I have not had any issues with the drop timing on that. But if we do get far enough to get off the Goomba and lower the blaster by hitting the yellow block, hey, hit that, hit that. Whoops, that was supposed to be an up throw, obviously. It was seen so many times in the past. But apparently we will never learn. And okay, here we go. And yeah, that's been getting slightly worse lately, that shell timing. I just need to pick one timing and stick with it. Yeah. Really interesting. One of the few interactions that was seen where being really close is good, being a little further is good, but it's that middle zone of being hit in the face with a deflection that causes a bit of a hazard. It is quite avoidable. It is something that obviously I had spotted well in advance of it becoming a real threat. But you do still need to execute accurately. Yeah, once again, if I find that I'm taking a bit long to get off of that slide onto the blaster and I need to spend some lag time to reposition myself, it is much better to do a close throw. Maybe a close throw was just a better method all along, like that. Then I have to react rather quickly. And if I come into the stomp on the Goomrat there a little bit too late, then that's what happens. Is that we run into some trouble when it comes to being able to re-grab it for the up throw on the red switches that come immediately afterwards. And okay. Yeah, that's going to be too late. We obviously need to stomp on a Goomba with a timing that will drop it onto stack on the right side. Okay. Had some speed issues there because I was just shy of actually picking up the shell. And yeah, I mean, for something that does not really feel particularly demanding, I am obviously taking quite a lot of depths to parts of the level that I thought I had mastered. Sometimes, though, I think that just comes from a bit of tension of knowing how close you are, knowing that you were pretty much one good jump away from the ending, as was looking like the case on our best attempt, which took us all the way to right side of the screen boundary, and which did show us the exit point with the pipe leading upwards back into World 1. Okay. Yeah, nice and close. Obviously I needed a high jump off the Goomba. I was a bit worried at that time about stomping it quickly enough to give it a good landing. Okay, there. Okay, gonna get a nice solid blaster drop there. The off-camera drop onto the left side blaster stack does once again have a way of throwing me off. I mean, it is something that you do get a fair chance to see, and that you might not be able to see its position, but you do know where its initial position was before you scrolled the camera up, and I think there is a reasonable expectation that you can see where the landing zone will be if you're paying attention. But there is that one very brief moment there when it feels like you can't quite see where you're going. It is rather noticeable. And there we go. And that was just a slip. There are times when that kind of thing just happens. Okay. Looking good. You never know. Okay, all that feeling pretty good. Now we have that slight off-screen landing. Pow hit. What happened there? And the thing is, I'm thinking about the POWs there, and thinking, like, what are the POWs even doing for me? It's lowering the blaster onto right, which makes me strongly suspect something is going on there in terms of following the lower blaster further. We haven't seen yet if that is, in fact, the scroll boundary for World 2 here. The similarly horizontal subworld. Yeah, but I'm definitely thinking about that POW and thinking, okay, what is the POW doing? We did already find the cake earlier in the level. It could potentially be some kind of secondary secret. It could also be something that I'm just misreading because I haven't seen much of that. Once again, not nudging close enough to the shell to get the pickup. Okay. Nope. Thought the momentum was looking good there, but apparently positioning, not so much. Yeah, when you do the close throw, the shell does have a way of nudging you back slightly. That's something to look out for. Ride out momentum here. Yeah, it's going to lower that thing. It's going to continue, but why? Like, I don't see what's going on there. I wonder if that's just there for the sake of the animation, too. You know, just kind of lower the blasters on the right. Obviously, we need a spin jump off the thwomp at the end. Oh, I see. No. Because of the munchers that are on top of the thwomp, I see. Because the thwomp is initially defended, so you can't just spin jump on it all the way, but you do need to spin jump on the thwomp in order to close out that final segment. Okay, now we know. Yeah, because the thwomp was not a safe landing zone until you hit the POW. That should, in fact, be something that's a very clear interaction. No cause for confusion whatsoever. See those munchers on top? You just bop them off. That is, in fact, the end. Forte. Well, it's quite possible that that level was not my forte. But we did, in fact, manage to muddle through, and thank you for the GG. And yeah, I don't think I missed anything at the very end there. I do think that was just being unloaded at the end of the screen boundary, but I'm not totally clear on that, and I might have to take a look at the video afterwards, see what's going on. But that did look awfully suspicious at the very end. So, a lot of people celebrating the cake. And A-Dog found it pretty cool. Duffy having a great time with this one, tipping over into the poison. And Mang just kind of chilling, as usual. Safe in the Mang bumper. Look at that, Mang just kind of riding the bumper as the life preserver. Or as the little, you know, flotation device, I guess. And yeah, that's about a 0.6. Okay, so let me just take a look at the remaining clear rates that we have ahead of us. I am likely to cut off at this point and save the rest for next session. But the remaining levels in order are going to be Unnatural Tornado by Sorrent. It's 4%, and that should go down fairly easily. You do have Crawl Space by Saku, which is the big puzzle extravaganza that we've been looking forward to, with a 3-minute time by Surfink. It's about 10%, but as we know, with long puzzle levels, that is very misleading. We don't know how long it will take to solve. Oh, there's a Redox's on-off mayhem. Definitely looking forward to that when we get a chance. And Scarlet Overall's Rhapsody is going to be the music level that closes out this week. And also going to be a bit more of a relaxing finish at about 6%, heavily optimized by the call, as many of these auto-scrollers tend to be. So, that's what's left on the menu for, I think, one of the longest 4YM sets to date. In that I don't think I've broken off to the second session quite this early before, just after 5 levels, but we've been very thorough about the cakes and very committed to digging up every secret. Very committed, apparently, also to forgetting very obvious coin locations we've already seen once. And so yeah, we'll suspend it here. And as usual, at the end of the stream, we will send you on a raid to somebody else. Anybody else who came in a bit late and didn't already hear the announcement, we do have a Discord server that has been set up. One came in, when you're saying both music levels, I mean, technically there are 3, because Pokey Percussion is a bit of a music level after a fashion. Like there are these two, and there's the one that we had seen earlier, which is What is Love? And so yeah, very music heavy in this week's selection. So yeah, I'll be updating you on the Discord as we go to try to schedule in the additional session for the remaining levels. It will likely be on the night stream, and it's just a matter of determining how soon we'll be able to fit that in. It'll be very soon, but we'll see. In the meantime, thanks for watching. I'll find somebody else, typically somebody who is running Mario Maker, but with the occasional surprise. And we'll try to give you somebody entertaining to watch. So, fare thee well until next time.